And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country.
And we shall overcome.
Impromptu celebrations erupted outside the White House.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings.
You can't fight the power of Gervonta Tank Davis. What a scintillating display. Well, you question Deontay Wilder's power. The proof is in the banana pudding as he just turned the lights out.
Cool boy Steph Stephen Fulton Jr.
The Ennis Express is a runaway train.
Ladies and gentlemen, fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, here is the skill, the highly regarded Devin the Dream.
And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country.
And we shall overcome.
Impromptu celebrations erupted outside the White House.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence.
Yo, we back again, man. Look, we just had a great show. You understand what I'm saying? As far as the politics go. And now we getting ready and getting into one of what I would consider one of my favorite lanes. You know what I'm saying? I don't know the most about it, but this is something that I always love to talk about. You know what I'm saying? It's the conspiracy theory. I gotta tell y'all real quick, and we gotta do our shout outs accordingly as always, and we'll drop the link because we always drop the link because we get started late. We drop the link early because we get started late over here. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna pin it at the top. But I want to say this one thing. I gotta say this. The conversation that we just had this past Tuesday and this Saturday night. This is intriguing conversation to me. Shout out to my brother D Free in the building. Shout out to the ladies of iTalk. Shout out to Cash Crypto in the building. Shout out to Rusty Cage in the building. Much love and respect, man. Much love and respect. As always. You know what I'm saying? Y'all make sure y'all go sub to Free. My brother D Free, we had once again a great show over at Free earlier today. The draft show. We had a draft show. The man always covers everything NFL. We got the ladies of iTalk, a fantastic white party. Now, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I'm gonna just be honest. If you donate, and they always got a good charity that they giving their money to. But if you donate over there and buy some damn scratch offs, you ain't gonna win. I'm just telling y'all now, you're not gonna win shit. So, but man, y'all support them, man. Y'all support my sisters over there, man. Shout out to the ladies. Shout out to my brother Cash. I got Cash in the background, straight out of Alaska. We about to cook on these topics right here. We about to cook on these topics. Shout out to Rusty Cage in the building. Salute to my brother Rusty Cage. Shout out to Ty in the building. Ty always coming through showing love. Listen. Let me bring my brother up first. And before we get to even more new information, because there have been, and we had somewhat of understanding of what some of these chambers were and those type of things. But we have new information coming out. But before I get into it, I gotta say shout out to Cash because he gonna be very what's the word I want to use here? He ain't gonna tell you he one of the most knowledgeable. He not gonna tell you that, but he is definitely one of the most knowledgeable. I listened to the video, right, that you sent me, and before I get to that video, just speaking on before the new information that's came out, the things that we talked about as far as, and I think we got to do a series on what Ebler truly was. I think we need a series on that as well. But as far as what we cover this past week, as far as the videos, Matthew LaCroix, I hope I said the brother name. I said it respectfully, and shout out to them because hey, if you play videos, they always got a chance to say we want to block you. They say, nah, damn it, let them cook on the videos. Let them cook. Shout out to them, man. Shout out to them. But everything that we heard before we get into the cooking topic, as far as conspiracies go tonight, and I'm starting to say these aren't really conspiracies. This is well. They may be conspiracies. They're no longer theories. Let me put it that way. They're not theories anymore. This is becoming fact. What's your thoughts on the information that you've been speaking on for a while? You done educated me multiple times. So what's your thoughts on some of this information now, no longer being a theory, but now being a fact? What's your thoughts on that? And welcome to the show, my brother. Welcome to the show.
Salute, Dub. Hey, man, it's an amazing time to be alive for me. Shit.
It's incredible. And it ain't like people are going to debunking this information. Shout out. You already know. One of the things that was said on, and shout out to the great brother, Billy Carson, when he had it live the other night, the first thing he said is, we debunking the debunkers. That's what we doing around here, right? We showing that what y'all was telling us was wrong information is actually accurate information. And this is what we're starting to see. Now, I want to, before we get into the new information, I want to cover, shout out to my brother Garrett in the building. I want to cover what we talked about last week. Just give a quick synopsis and wrap up of that. The megalithic structures, right? How it seems like these individuals, Sumerian tablets, the emerald tablets, the King's List, these things that's being found all around the world, how it is all starting to add together, and it's painting a picture. It's painting a picture of what really happened back in those ancient times. Real quick, I just give a quick synopsis of what you thought last week and the videos we had going on last week as far as David LaCroix and the information that we kind of broke down. Give me opening statements about that, brother.
On last week?
Yeah, from more or less the video, but hey, we had to do it in two shows, but from Tuesday and what was it, Saturday night?
Mm-hmm. No, I just think, man, shit. He brought a bunch of evidence. I mean, he threw a few of his theories in there and some things that he thought of, but I like to focus on the evidence, and the things that he tied together with tying the sites found with everything he knows about the Sumerian tablets and how he figured out how to figure out the time frames and put everything in chronological order. So that was my main focus on that.
I will tell you, one of my main focuses, I said biblically speaking, I like how a lot of this ties back to the Bible. And the reason I like it is because then I know so many people who are invested biblically into these things. And we got my brother Free said, hey, my brother, the master debater, said, hey, when we talking conspiracies, I got to pull up in this month. We got my brother Free in the building, real quick, Free. And I'm going to let you give your opening statements. But I like that a lot of this ties back, biblically speaking, because there are people who are, they're going to hit their head on the wall with certain conversations, right? But when you can tie Zaya Sutra back to Noah, right? Japhet, back to Japhet. Me and you disagree, Cash, as far as who Shem, Sam, you know what I'm saying, Ham. We kind of disagreed on that piece. But at the end of the day, it's still all time back to the biblical narrative. And the reason I like that is because sometimes you got to meet people where they at. You know what I'm saying? You got to say, okay, all right, if this the story you want to talk about, all right, we're going to go into that story and we're going to show you different legends and myths. And according to y'all, myths, more or less legends, in my opinion, as far as the conversation that you're trying to have. I love having that dialogue right there. I think that's a special dialogue to have, especially with biblical-minded people, because if you can tie back history and the things that's been found in these tablets, right, to and then now hieroglyphs, the actual megaliths and the sites, you can tie it back. Then, okay, now I'm giving you actual data outside of just what the Bible tells you. I'm giving you actual data. I think that's very important. Free, welcome to the show, my brother. Give me your opening statements on what you thought last week's show was.
Last week, I think the dude was an interesting dude. He confirmed a lot of the stories that was in the Bible. He had his own twist on it. But the one thing that I noticed more than anything else was he ain't got no woman at home, because this man spent a lot of time trying to track down all this information.
No, he got a cute white girl, man.
This man spent 5 years tracking down all this information.
Yeah, man.
And we need somebody got to do it. Hell, somebody. Shit, what you mean? What you mean? Now I want to move forward. We gotta, and shout out to my sister Ty in the building, man. Salute to Ty. Salute to the OG Crush in the building as well, man. I got some. We got some new videos, and these are instant reactions that we're gonna react to these videos right here. My brother Cash, and I really want to. There have been some new findings. What's going on in Egypt, right? And a lot of this stuff we're calling it new findings, but they have been these chambers that's being found now. They've been talked about, right? Thoth talked about it, and so now, when we have these findings, and when we have individuals going in because they're going in and they're seeing these structures. I don't know the exact. They want to call them sarcophagi at first. That's what they want to call them. But it wasn't no damn. Biblically speaking, and this is where I want to go with this. I really want to go here with this. When we talk about the Ark of the Covenant, right? The Ark of the Covenant had certain dimensions. Biblically speaking, I'm just talking about biblically. Well, I've heard, and I can't prove it. I don't know this to be an exact fact, but some of these structures, damn, Free, I don't know what you got going on, Free. You out of order. I don't know exactly what these structures were and what they were exactly meant for, but I will say that when you speak on the Ark of the Covenant, it seemed to be some type of energy source. it seemed to be, and mind you, the Ark of the Covenant was in Egypt, right? It was in Egypt, biblically speaking. It was carried around after Egypt, but it was in Egypt. When we're seeing these new discoveries, as far as, and we're going to play some of the videos, but when we're seeing it now, it seemed to confirm that there was some type of energy source, right? Now this changes because they said from the beginning that these structures were supposed to be sarcophagi, but nobody was ever buried in them. It's giving more context to what the actual Great Pyramids were, and I think we done made it clear on this show. We believe it was some type of energy source, some type of, it provided some type of energy. I don't know exactly how it works. I don't know. Hence the reason I love the conversation. But at the same time, I believe, and I think individuals would say that, and see, even shout out to my sister in the building, Shawa. She said it was a weapon. I don't think it was a weapon. I think it was an energy source. I think it was more of it was more like a power plant than a damn weapon. That's my opinion.
Yeah. Based off of what Matthew said last week when we was going over the video, is the way he described it. It was like it was put here to basically keep the Earth balanced and on the solar system.
No, they keep the magnetosphere of the Earth. The magnetosphere of the Earth. Yeah.
So basically, they keep the Earth is like it holds. If, like I said last week, so if we destroy the pyramids, it pretty much would destroy the Earth, according to his theory. According to his theory, what he believes is the pyramid, how it's positioned in a perfect spot on the Earth, that it can only be is literally in the center of the Earth. Where it's put at is the center of the Earth, and it's there to basically hold the balance of the Earth.
I ain't mad at it. Go ahead, Cash. What you got on it? And
no, I just want to clear up that these scans, that this new discovery is underneath the middle pyramid. It's underneath Khafre's pyramid, not
Khafre, not Giza,
not Khufu, the supposed Khufu. The Great Pyramid they call Khufu Pyramid.
Right.
This one's underneath the middle pyramid, the one that's built into the bedrock. It's got like a couple layers, bedrock layers, and then it starts the pyramid on the way up.
So as always, on these shows, we don't usually play a lot of videos, but it's always good to see. And shout out to my sister Ty. I wonder what she just say. They have an old artifact book. I saw it on TikTok. It's about 3K, I believe 3,000 years old, according to her. And it has like the original pics of how our people were treated and what the actual plans for us was. Shout out to my sister Ty. And Ty, you know what I'm gonna tell you. Pull up, sis, because we on one tonight. But I want to play this video right here. I want to start this.
Which one you playing? Because I don't know if it's safe to play the James video.
No. So we're gonna start with the discovery beneath. Well, and if it's not, then I have options to cut shit out videos, and I can do that. Cool. So and I hope I won't get a strike. That's what I be hoping for. Just don't strike me, YouTube. This is for educational purposes only.
No,
go ahead.
People like Matthew LaCroix and like Billy Carson and them, they would never strike you. I mean, they want this information out. That's why they're not strike none of that shit. They want this information out. They're not worried about no money you make off of it. You know what I mean?
So it's crazy with YouTube, the way they do things. I got hit up, you know what I'm saying, simulcast, and they was like, this was your information. Do you want to strike? I'm like, man, we was on the simulcast together. Like I wanted them to share this, you know what I'm saying? So it does go into who the actual individual is, but I mean, at the end of the day, there's a remedy to it. We don't own the rights to this material. We just trying to educate the people. That's it. And so, if they do strike us, then we'll move accordingly. We'll move accordingly. But I want to play this right here. I want to start with the history beneath the pyramids to rewrite history. Let me know if y'all can hear this right here. And let me turn the volume down. On that. All right, boom. Tell me if y'all can hear this first. Can y'all hear that?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. So we're gonna play this video and then we'll react to it. We'll cut in and out, but I want to hear this first. So we're gonna play this.
We recently covered the newly established evidence surrounding the curse of the pharaohs, which, instead of a mysterious spell cast over any who would dare raid the tomb of Tutankhamun, eventually wiping out 20 members of Carter's expedition, many are now thought to have instead been due to radiation, with toxic levels now established throughout the Giza Plateau and along the Nile. These enormous levels of radiation tracked back to mysterious chambers known as mastabas, predictably argued as once being tombs. They in fact once held radioactively charged elements, possibly wastewaters from a nuclear.
Now, real quick, if these people if they weren't advanced as far as technology, how did they already have radioactive nuclear material that they were utilizing in this situation? How could that even be possible?
I was just about to say that. I'm like, they had radioactive plants back then?
See? This is how we know that these people were smarter than what people give them credit for, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, for sure. They had amazing technology, man, because they had whatever catastrophe happened that they might have happened from like one of the damn crazy events that the Earth took place, and how it like maybe moved one of the pyramids a certain way at a certain time, and maybe it had a crazy explosion inside it that it wasn't supposed to have. But whatever happened, they got vitrification all over the place that you could find, where the damn sand got melted like instantly, like 3,000 degrees, like wow, you know what I mean? So whatever can do that, that's the type of shit that
when we got to talk. We might get into that tonight, but whenever I listen to Billy Carson talk about how there's glass, you know what I'm saying? You find glass under the sand, you know what I'm saying, in Egypt. And mind you, that whole area, biblically speaking, it was a plague that created the desert, biblically speaking. But when you find glass like that, and you know that sand has to be heated to a certain level for glass to be created. I'm just saying, but that's a whole nother story. We're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that as well. Here we go.
A reaction, with levels of radon gas now recognized to be thousands of times above safe background levels. Radon gas being a primary waste material from the decay of uranium. Yet, what has been found since we covered this remarkable realization could not only finally confirm the original, true purpose for the Great Pyramids, but they could still be intact functioning structures. The question is, what are they doing? What could they have been utilizing such tremendous levels of power for? Just exactly what the structures could do when properly fired up is pure conjecture. Yet this discovery's potential to finally expose their true purpose, along with our own investigations corroborating evidence now undeniable. Found beneath the Great Pyramid, a team of Italian researchers have uncovered an enormous labyrinth of giant vertical shafts, sinking thousands of meters into the earth below. Wrapped in cylindrical chambers with a massive limestone platform containing two enormous cavities with descending channels resembling pipelines on each side. During a news briefing released Saturday, the researchers said a water system had been identified beneath the platform, located more than 2,100 feet below the Khafre Pyramid, with under.
So wait a minute. So now we have these columns. I'm gonna say columns, right? Interacting. That's what it seems like they're saying. They're interacting with this water that is, and like I've always said, I thought it was a power center, but now they're saying that you have these chambers with these columns in them interacting with the water that was underneath. This is what this is what I'm getting from it. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're right. But you see the little stack like hut things that they're showing inside the pyramid on the bottom level.
Right, hold on, right here or up, down here? Which one?
In the pyramid, at the bottom of the pyramid, inside the pyramid, those little house looking things.
So you talking about these things right here?
I can't see your marker. I can't see.
He talking about the little house.
Hold on, my bad. Here we go.
Yeah,
now?
Those. Yeah.
These at the top right here. My bad. Look, I'm doing it on my bad. I'm out of order.
Yeah. Those right there are the. So remember, this is Khafre's pyramid. This is the middle pyramid. Inside inside the Great Pyramid, you got the King's Chamber, and it has the exact same chambers, those exact same builds with the 6 slabs of granite go across, and then at the top you got the 2 slabs that meet at a point, kind of like a roof. So they found 5 of these. These are they never knew these were in here, so they just discovered these with this technology, and it's the exact same. It's a replica of the King's Chamber, but 5 of them.
Hey, real quick, shout out to my brother Steph in the building, man. Hey, Steph, salute, fam. Much love and respect, my brothers. Much love and respect. All right, here we go. We're gonna keep this going. Dear friend, you got anything on it?
No, you go ahead.
All right, here we go.
Underground pathways leading even deeper into the earth. The team used radar pulses to create high-resolution images deep into the ground beneath the structures. And although not peer-reviewed, we may have finally solved just why these enormous features could have been known of, yet hidden for decades. There are many factors which need to be confirmed regarding the structures, its features, and indeed radiation levels before the hypothesis can be confirmed beyond doubt. But one has to wonder, were these enormous, apparently unbreached labyrinths once discovered, yet were decidedly covered up? Possibly due to their existence exposing the pyramid's true function? There are ways in which we can start to confirm aspects of the power station hypothesis without further exploration of the underground chambers. Firstly, the cylindrical wells found elsewhere across the planet could now be tested in line with the theory, possibly used for the purpose of containing nuclear reactions via the submersion of uranium rods. With many pyramids around the world shown to have mysteriously charged watercourses either running along or in many cases through these structures. We recall an email received from a member of the Bosnian Pyramid investigation, which detailed how they had found such waterways within the pyramid. Throughout the Bosnian site, the river had been masterfully man-made, and the water levels manipulated to be just a few inches in many areas. The artificial nature and the efforts put into achieving this feat clear to all the team. Yet until now, the purpose for these waterways were unknown.
Now, this is crazy work to say that these rivers, right, they have been more or less man-made, and they ran the way that they ran because and we done heard stories as far as the blocks being moved and those type of things, but it's showing that I always look back at how civilizations utilize irrigation, right, to move water sources how they wanted them to move. What we're hearing here is that this river is been manipulated by man to run in a certain way, and is running directly up under what's considered the major power source, of the ancient civilization at this current moment in time. That's crazy work.
Could we be witnessing evidence of naturally fed and thus cooled ancient nuclear reactors? If so, one would also expect to find radiation above normal levels within the lower chambers in Bosnia. Yet alas, the results of any said tests are yet to be established. However, this did not deter us from looking elsewhere. And it didn't take long to return corroborating evidence found within the Pyramid of the Sun in Mexico. An abstract from the research is as follows. Beneath the pyramid, there is a pre-Hispanic tunnel that was used for ritual ceremonies. We evaluated the radon levels inside this and other tunnels, plus tunnels excavated for research purposes by archaeologists.
I just want y'all to understand, they're talking about uranium, radon. They're talking about things that it's taken us a long time as far as modern day society to understand how to manipulate. If you listen to how whether it's radon, uranium, how it's being utilized now, right? Being utilized more or less for either power sources or war tactics. Those are the two things it's being utilized for. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but to hear how in this situation they had an understanding of these materials, utilizing them. And we're going to have another video that's going to really show how I believe uranium was used, but that's a whole nother story. All I'm saying is it took us a while to understand how to utilize uranium the way it's being utilized now, as well as radon. They already had an understanding of this. And so for them to be able to build these structures and utilize some of these same materials the way that we're starting to utilize them now, it's incredible to me. I'll pass it around real quick. Anybody got anything on it?
No, I'm just trying to figure out how they just now discovering it. Wasn't they able to go into the pyramids prior to this?
Well, they were able to go into it, but the Vatican has always, and I say respectfully, the Vatican, anybody, and shout out to my brother in the building. We got Marky, Dan, the historian in the building. Shout out to my brother Marky in the building, man. They've always said, or when it's been any of these structures or anything like it, it's always been a problem to really go and investigate what was actually going on. So, yes, I do believe they were utilizing these structures, but I think that individuals came along and said, nah, wait a minute, we need to keep this knowledge to ourselves, and we don't want all this knowledge to be put out there on the mainstream. I'm going to go to Marky, and then we'll pass it around real quick for the conversation. Welcome to the show, my brother.
Yeah, salute guys. So can I just get caught up real quickly? So the topic of the show is there's been tunnels found or secret tunnels found in the ancient pyramids.
So we haven't got that far yet, but we will get there. It's been a lot of yes, they have found different chambers of some of the Great Pyramids. You know what I'm saying?
That doesn't surprise me even a little bit. The pyramids were meant to be basically giant-sized luxury tombs. That's really all it was. They were meant for the kings.
But nobody was buried in them. Hold on. But if nobody, how can it be a tomb if nobody's buried in it?
Well, let me get to that, Dub, right side.
Okay, go ahead.
They would and I don't know anything about these specific tunnels. I'm not even commenting specifically about those. But what
forget the tunnels. You said they're tombs. Talk about the tombs.
Yeah. No. So what I'm saying is the entire pyramid structures were meant to be tombs for their living gods and for their kings and for their royalty and nobility, and they would fill it up with gold and all different types of treasures that they would take with them to the next life. I don't know what these tunnels might be. I remember reading things that they would bury warriors and servants inside of the pyramids with their dead nobility. So maybe those could have been living quarters or whatever.
Marky,
I don't know.
Let me ask you one quick question. Hold on. One quick question, Marky. What bones have ever been pulled out of any pyramid?
Only the sarcophagus. Well, actually, that's what I know. I don't know that for a fact. That only they've only found sarcophagus. They've only found bones in the sarcophaguses.
No,
go ahead. Go ahead, Cash, and then we'll pass it to my brother.
The dynastic Egyptians, which are the period on which they want you to believe that these things were built. These people, like King Tut or any other pharaoh that's been found, they've all been found in the Valley of the Kings, which ain't nowhere near Giza. So
nowhere near the pyramids.
It wasn't in no pyramid. They're not even found in pyramids. And when you find these great pharaohs, you'll find elaborate hieroglyphs all over the walls telling their story, and yeah, you'll find treasure troves of gold. They didn't even the Great Pyramid and other pyramids. There's no fucking hieroglyphs in these motherfuckers, man. There's no hieroglyphs. They ain't find no gold in these motherfuckers. They found a place where it looks like a sarcophagus would fit, but they don't know who took the whatever was sitting in there. So that's just what they want you to believe, basically.
Real quick, we got my brother in the building, man. Teach, what's going on, fam? Welcome to the show. I ain't think you would pull up for a show like this one, but hey, you know you more than welcome, my brother. Go ahead, give me your opening statements.
Yeah, man, I'm just here to listen in. I got the video Cash sent me earlier, so I was watching that. Shit is like 2 hours, more than 2 hours long.
Hey, Cash is seeing some motherfucking video. Shout out to my brother.
Yeah, so I'm a couple of minutes in on that one. I don't know if you guys are on that topic or something else.
Nah, what we're on right now is the Great Pyramids. We're gonna get to the secret chambers and those type of things, the things that were found. But in your opening, what do you think that the Great Pyramids were for? I think my brother Marky, he just said that he thought that they were for or they were burial sites. Correct me if I'm wrong, Marky. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct you. Okay.
Hold on, Marky. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's my understanding that they were used as burial sites or monuments. But those are the two main things that I understand pyramids to be used for. Exactly.
So, and Cash, I got you.
There's only one great pyramid.
Hold on, Cash. Hold on. I got you, Cash. I got you. Let me Teach. Give me your opening statement. What do you think the Great Pyramids were for? You know what I'm saying? And then I want to go to my brother Cash and let him get his bars off as well. Go ahead, Teach.
Yeah, I mean that's what I learned like them to be, you know, back when I was in school. Pretty much what Marky said. But I mean, it looks like now people are like delving into these things and like finding a lot more information about them. So I mean it's an interesting study, interesting things to learn. Again, it's like I mean I kind of find these things interesting. Well, at least from what I was hearing today, dude was talking about, you know, the Great Giza, the Pyramid of Giza. He talked about like the 30th parallel, and one thing that he mentioned that struck me was, you know, when I traveled to Asia, like I've been to various temples and stuff, and one that he mentioned was Angkor Wat, and that's pretty much one that I want to go to whenever I head to Cambodia. So I'm gonna go there. Like,
and hold on, and for the Angkor, I believe it's Angkor Wat.
Yeah, Angkor Wat. Yeah. And that one is in Cambodia. So I plan to go to Cambodia maybe in the next year or 2 years from now. We'll see what it is. And I guess this will give me like a different point of view whenever I get there. And not just to, you know, visit there like a tourist without like no information. But after watching this video, I think I will have like a different perspective on what's there. Also, what's interesting is that he talked about the architecture of these pyramids and like the type of stone that they use, like the megalithic stones and stuff. And he was mentioning that, you know, these stones like weigh like tons. Like I guess one stone is like 15 tons or something he mentioned. And then it took these guys a while to, you know, to build these structures.
And the quarries that they had to get them from.
Yeah. And he also talked about the tools that they used to make these. And it looks like they had, I guess, more advanced technology than we have right now.
Yep.
If they were able to manipulate those stones, those heavy stones, those solid stones in such a way, you know, where they could like drill through these stones and, you know, make them to whatever they wanted to. But I find this architecture stuff interesting since I'm an architect myself. So that was fun to listen to, that part.
Go ahead, Cash. Go ahead.
Damn, you architect, Teach?
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say it, but damn,
you an architect, bro?
Yeah, that's my job.
Shout out
I'm gonna
to
tell
Teach,
you one
man.
thing. I'm gonna just say one thing about Angkor Wat. When you get there, it's not built in pieces. It wasn't put together in pieces. It's literally somehow. I don't know if they use the laser. I don't know if they use sound. I don't know what they use, but they literally cut that motherfucker out of a giant slab of whatever rockets, whatever stone that it's made out of. It's not put together in pieces.
Supposedly it's one stone. Supposedly
it's all one piece.
Okay, that's interesting, man. I like that stuff.
Yeah.
That's crazy work. That's
amazing.
crazy work.
It's amazing.
Anybody else got anything on it?
Well, just that I'm reading some articles. This is some really intriguing stuff. They talking about this could be an underground city, and basically the part of something from Egyptian lore is the Hall of Records, which I guess is a hall that contains information about all the great kings and pharaohs of Egypt. So it's some really intriguing stuff. I can't wait to see what they dig up.
The problem is, Marky, is if you read the Emerald Tablets, they spoke on this already.
Mm-hmm.
They spoke on these kings lists. These kings lists, and mind you, this is why the next show we got to cover Ebola, and when we do it, I want to do it the right way. So, but when you're finding these ancient cities, these ancient megaliths going on, and then these king lists are matching what we found in ancient Samaria, you know what I'm saying? Even when you talk about the Library of Ebola, they're talking about they have the Sumerian text in there. You know what I'm saying? The Sumerian language, the Egyptian language, Kemet. This is crazy work. You know what I'm saying? So it seemed like this city Ebola, and I know I'm out of order, but we're gonna be talking about that as well. And so all I'm saying, it seemed like all of this stuff is starting to connect now, and even biblically speaking, you know what I'm saying. I always say we got to bring it back, and the reason I like to bring it back to the biblical era is because hey, I was raised by my grandma. You know what I'm saying, Jehovah's Witness. I was raised that way, so if I understand that if I can make it connect in my mind as far as biblically speaking go, then I can make it connect in a lot of individuals' mind who've been raised in the church, who've been raised in mainstream religion as far as what the truth may really be. That's why we got to make it connect that way, in my personal opinion. I'll pass it around and then we'll get back into it. All right, everybody good. Here we go.
Let's get into the info.
Geologists. Passive nuclear track detectors were used to measure radon. Radon ranged from 70 to 190 becquerels per cubic meter. The radon levels decreased with height above ground level. Our next course of action was to try to establish if this is indeed the case. Why would they hide such an astonishing truth? What motive could there be? Could there be even more to this secret, such as a possible past function? For if these
before I let him answer that question, why would they hide? What, in y'all opinion, why would they hide this information from us? What's your thoughts?
This shatters every bogus narrative that they got going, that they want you to believe. It kills all their books. It kills any course they put together in college. It kills everything, man. That's why they will fight to the death to keep this shit hidden. And Zahi Hawass, the same motherfucker that been shutting everything down over the years, he's already trying to shut this down, talking about these motherfuckers don't have permission to scan the pyramid, and don't be surprised if these motherfuckers don't start talking about they own the air above the pyramid, and you're not allowed to do any kind of satellite radar, anything around this.
Hey, we own the motherfucking air, nigga. What you talking? We own the air.
It's basically because,
is that my bad, Cat? Is that a company? Is that like a
no? That's an individual.
Zahi Hawass is the head of the Egyptian. He's like the head of the Egyptian authority. That's who they got in charge, and he shuts down everything that people been trying to anything people been trying to do. He been shutting that shit down forever, man.
That's weird. Unless somebody was trying to take something from the site, but if you just find information, I don't see why that would be an issue to
I look at it like this, you guys. As far as they want us to believe, it's Egyptians that built these things. It's their people that built these things. But if they let information come out that says, no, motherfucker, you motherfuckers didn't build this shit, then how do they have any claim to it other than that it's in Egypt? You know what I mean?
It's incredible. It's incredible. Anybody else got anything on it?
No, go ahead with the video. Let's hear the info.
Structures were found to somehow be interconnected.
And real quick, Marky, we always got to stop it. We can't just play the video completely because
I understand. Yeah,
you know how it is. You know how YouTube is. And we don't own the rights to this video. Once again, shout out to the individual who published this. We doing this
just
for
using it for educational
purposes, man. That's it.
Creating a grid across our planet, we could be looking at the ultimate motive for the entire levels decreased with height above ground level. Our next course of action was to try to establish if this is indeed the case. Why would they hide such an astonishing truth? What motive could there be? Could there be even more to this secret, such as a possible past function? For if these structures were found to somehow be interconnected, creating a grid across our planet, we could be looking at the ultimate motive for the entirety of the cover-up we so tirelessly work to expose. For when we did this investigation, we were confronted with a shape created by these structures, which formed the mystical flower of life. Could this flower be a message, a sign, indicative of the true purpose of this grid, and indeed the pyramids themselves?
Now, I'm telling y'all, this is my first time watching this video. If you know anything about the mystical flower of life, the Fibonacci sequence, you understand what I'm saying? All these things go together, and we've heard these things. Well, I don't know if y'all have, but like my sister just said, ley lines, right? We got a lot of different things that these individuals understood and was building upon as far as the structure they were building and the energy that they were using that we done kind of got to understand them now. We still really don't understand them, but I think each one of us have heard of ley lines, right? We all heard of the Fibonacci sequence, the flower of life. And all these things just fall right into the same conversation. I mean, it's very interesting to me. Here we go.
Could the pyramids somehow be generating our dimension, or possibly created a dimension our ancestors once vanished to? Perhaps not the victims of a sudden cataclysm, but a type of rapture, once accomplished through technical prowess and knowledge of the true secrets of the universe. Energy has now been recorded as being strangely emitted by countless pyramids across the planet. Even the Great Pyramids are now confirmed as having this trait. This could indicate that these secret hidden chambers still contain some form of functioning reaction.
Now we gotta. The man just said energy is being emitted.
That's true.
From these pyramids across the world.
I've seen the picture.
And I want to replay this what he just said just for everybody. I just want to play this one more time. And if y'all telling me these weren't power structures, hey, this is what the brother is saying. I'm not saying it, he's saying it. Here we go. I want to play this one more time. And then, Cash, I'll let you respond.
Sure. Once accomplished through technical prowess and knowledge of the true secrets of the universe, energy has now been recorded as being strangely emitted by countless pyramids across the planet.
Energy has now been recorded as emitting energy across.
Even the Great Pyramids are now confirmed as having this trait.
Even the Great
This could
Pyramids.
indicate that these secret hidden chambers still contain some form of functioning reaction. These structures being giant power-generating machines. And once we finally establish this en masse, we can work on unraveling just what our ancestors were truly capable of.
Cash, go ahead.
That's a good place to pause it too. No, I was just gonna say I've seen pictures of like the Bosnian pyramid that they were talking about earlier that I told you about yesterday. I've seen the pictures of the scans that they did where they showed the residual energy that's still coming off this motherfucker, even with the Great Pyramid. I've seen these pictures before, so he's not lying.
Y'all got anything on it?
I mean,
I'm just reading. Go ahead, teacher.
My whole life is built on lies.
You out of order. For you out. No, go ahead.
Hey, at least you're getting the truth.
So what is this whole flower of life thing, right? I mean, is it how can I ask this question?
What is the flower of life?
I mean, so if the flower of life pattern shows up in so many like ancient places, I mean, do you think those civilization is connected somehow? Is that what it's saying? Like all of them are connected?
Yes.
So all these different countries, like
real quick, Teach. So, one of the things that, and I don't know if you saw the show, but we had this conversation a tad bit. The last two shows, as far as conspiracies go. Yes, all these ancient civilizations are, they were all created by the same individuals. The argument here, and this is why we call it, is y'all gonna tell me it's conspiracy, but we listen to an individual breakdown who Thoth was, and Thoth, once again, same way as, and Cash, I always gotta ask Cash because I can't. Hey, I'm from the country. I got a slow tongue. So Cash, give me Tia Tour. Go ahead. Give me those two names.
Tia Tailcorn.
and then the other brother over there who you got one with the Mayans, you got one with the Aztec. Tia Khan. And
they got Veracocha, and there's a bunch of different. He had a bunch of different names. Yeah.
And what the argument is, teachers, is that this was the same individual, right? Same individual that was known as Thoth of Atlantis. You know what I'm saying? The same individual who was known in Egypt. What was he known as in Egypt? Cash. Cash know the names better than I do. Respectfully.
No, that's the name. His name was Thoth.
He's Thoth. Okay.
He had an older name, but I don't remember it.
But what the argument is that this individual was the same individual who when we talk about the connectivity of these civilizations, that this was the one who went and gave fire. He gave fire to humans. You know what I'm saying? He was that individual, that quote unquote sage, and he went around and built these different structures, helped in humans understand what they were capable of, those type of things. This is the same individual that we're speaking on. So yes, we're saying it's all connected.
All right, so okay.
Go ahead.
I understand. So I get the answer, right? I just want to ask that question, and I also get the answer. So then my question would have been like, do you think the people who built the pyramids, like, were using the flower of life, like intentionally, or was it done by trial and error? But your answer suggests that it was all intentional.
Oh no. So when you ask the people who were utilizing and even the structure, the flower of life, all of that, I think that humans at the time that being conceived, we really didn't understand it, but we had a higher being here that was given, and even biblically speaking, right? Biblically speaking, and this is why I always say you got to connect it. You got to connect it. Biblically speaking, the angels came down and made it with with men or with the women of earth, but they also came down and gave knowledge to the men. And if you listen to how they speak on it, biblically speaking, some of the information that was given shouldn't have been given. Right? We would agree on that. I don't know if you're religious or not, Teach. Respect.
Hey, Dub, hold on real quick. Let me stop you for a second.
Go ahead.
So, remember when the angels came down, they had relations with the people on the earth.
Right.
And they created giants.
The Nephilim.
Yeah. Was them the people that created the pyramid? because they said it had to be super strong people that can be able to do what they did.
But the problem is no, that they were, so when they came down, and this is the craziest part about it. And my thing has always been this. I've always said, and I was raised a Jehovah's Witness, so biblically, I started with the Bible. I started there, but at the same time, my thing was okay. What and who was the progenitor of the three mainstream religions right now? Right, Abraham. Okay, what did Abraham know? What did Abraham learn? Abraham was from where? Ur of Samaria. Ur of Samaria.
Yeah, he was from a little goat herd in Samaria.
No, it was Ur. It was Ur of Samaria. Other Chaldeans are what they'll tell you. The Chaldeans. That's what they'll tell you. But what I'm saying is, so then when I went, and that's what pushed me to look into ancient Samaria. And when I started looking into ancient Samaria and seeing what they believed in, that's how I got to all of this. That's how I came into all of this conversation. You know what I'm saying? Biblically is how I got here. And so now when I'm saying that, okay, I'm looking at what the Sumerians were speaking on, right? I'm looking at that. When me and Cash first started talking about this, Cash, did I not tell you, shit, hey, the Sumerian tablets that's what I like to focus on. Did I not tell you that?
No, for sure.
And so that's how we got into this conversation. But now, if you look at what the Sumerians were talking about, these beings that came from the sky, right? Enki, Enlil. This is where all this comes from. And now we have, and then when you go into the emerald text, you know what I'm saying, the emerald tablets, those type of things. When you go into that, then you start to see a very similar story. When you go into what happened in what we would call ancient Mexico, ancient what they call it now?
Tenochtitlan.
There we go. Thank you. I don't know if that's quite right, but even then, you go into Mexico, you go into the Incans, the Mayans, you know what I'm saying, the Aztecs, the Dogons, like this same thought process is around the world as far as who these individuals were. And so now when I'm looking at that and I'm just trying to put things together, this is what we come up with, and this is why we gotta have a conversation.
I don't know if I necessarily believe that in a spiritual sense that God necessarily came down, or that his angels came down and delivered this knowledge to these people, or that there were literal gods walking among people. I think more than likely people or gods like Horus or Thoth or any of the Egyptian gods, I think more than likely there were people that had exceptional knowledge and grasp of math and science. And these structures, I think they were built by slaves through several generations. And I think that, like Teach said, I think that they were trying things. I think that they understood that there was energy.
If you want to say that, hold on. You got to answer questions. If you're going to say these things, you got to answer questions first.
Okay, good.
So if you're saying that these structures were built by slaves, today we don't have the technology to move these blocks. We don't have the technology at this current moment in time. How did they have the technology to move these blocks? If you're saying it was built by slaves.
I said it was built by slaves through several. This is what I think. I don't know these things, so let me finish, Doug. But what I said was, I think it was built by slaves through multiple generations. I don't know what system they used for picking up those big ass rocks. It could have been through pulley or rope systems. I don't know. Again, this is what I think. This is my basic.
The pulley and rope system wouldn't work today.
Hold up, motherfucker! Can I finish?
Well, you out of order.
No.
Hey, hold. First things first.
Let me finish, dog.
No, you out of order, man.
Man,
You out of order, man. You ain't gonna call me no motherfucker on my own.
Okay, well, I apologize. You're not a motherfucker. You're a
You
good
ain't gonna
guy,
do that.
but you just don't let me
Go
finish.
ahead.
Thank you. God damn. Like I said,
I'm
I
gonna throw
think
your
that
ass in the motherfucking background. Shit.
give me a chance, goddamn it, you dick fan.
Damn it, we ain't giving
Goddamn
this.
kids
Nah,
are disrespectful. These kids are disrespectful.
They out of
nowadays.
order, man. They out of order today.
Y'all some goddamn dictators, man.
Let me say this real quick.
Hold on.
Let
Let Marky finish. Let Marky finish.
No, that was I can't even remember what the fuck I was gonna say to
I'm
end
glad
my
you
thing,
can't.
but
Go
that
ahead.
was basically it. I think that the gods or the people, the gods, or those people that built these structures, they were just people that had a great grasp for understanding of math and science, and I think that they understood or they recognized that there were different energy flows or patterns, whether it be electromagnetic or whatever the energy was. They knew it was there and they could feel it, and they were trying to find a way to channel it by trial and error or whatever. And I think that these pyramids, they might have been a way to channel that. Go ahead. That's all I want. These are what I think. I don't know any of this stuff, and I'm learning. And hold on. And I'm learning as I go along with you guys. I'm just saying what I think based on what I'm hearing. Go ahead.
I gotta say one thing.
Hold on, real quick. We ain't got no problem, Marky. You just got to be in order, man. You just got to be in order.
Out of order. You cut me off.
Here we go. Well, you done called me everything but the son of God.
Okay, and I was wrong.
All right then. And I ain't disrespected you. So, but at the same time, you out of order, man. You don't be in order, man. Be in order. Go ahead, Free.
Yeah, I just want to say, it is blatantly obvious that Marky Dan has watched too many Indiana Jones movies. This man, we just said that they don't have the technology nowadays. He said it was slaves through generations. He believed that it might have been slaves through generations. How is it going to be slaves through generations if we at this generation we don't have the technology?
I'll just say this. It wasn't no slaves, man. Look, the Great Pyramid alone got 2.5 million different blocks, and none of these blocks, no two blocks are the same. They weren't.
Hold on, Cash.
Damn,
they had the pulley. Hold on. They had the pulley system, man. What you talking about? Man, the pulley system.
That shit is corny. Anyways, like the minimum weight on one of these stones is 2.5 tons. Like they couldn't even cut these motherfuckers. I've seen a thing where they try to show somebody demonstrating how they cut these stones. This dude sat here for hours and barely scratched the surface of this damn material that they were having to cut into. No slaves built these motherfuckers. These stones are interlocking. They interlock. They don't just stack upon each other. They interlock together.
They fit perfectly.
Perfectly. It's utterly ridiculous to think that slaves built these motherfuckers, man. These people, it wasn't giants either. Like it wasn't manual labor. You got to come up with something that where you're using some kind of levitation power or some type of telekinesis to where you could literally pick the stone up and put it together perfectly, man. You can't even fuck up.
Let me ask you this, Cash.
And you got to realize
hold on, Cash.
up in the air it is.
Let me ask you this, Cash. Let me ask you this. Like Shawa said, sound, right? And I know, and me and you, I think we done had this conversation before. But as far as sound goes, you know what I'm saying, utilizing sound to and I think you utilize the verbiage harmonics to move these stones. I think that's the only logical explanation that I can get from it. Sound harmonics to move these stones into place. What's your thoughts?
I think that we got to stop thinking. I think we got to think outside. In my opinion, like I went through all these things. Like I'm just trying to think outside the box. That's why I'm thinking about these people who had these elongated skulls. It wasn't built by people that look like us. They had super elongated skulls. They had way more brain capacity. So to me, these niggas had telekinetic powers. Like they could move shit, you know? So that along with the sound technology, I don't know how they did it, but it wasn't no heave.
It wasn't no damn police system.
Can I just make a quick point?
Hold on, you out of order, man. You out of order. Hold on. No.
I said I don't know.
I'm trying to run
asked
the damn
me for
show,
a method,
man.
nigga.
All right, well, we'll do it.
The fuck is wrong with you people? Who raised you? Damn. It's a bunch of bull.
The police system is some bullshit because even now, I'm telling you, just listen, man. You said if you hit a learn, just listen. The police system wouldn't even make sense because even today, the stones that they have interlocked with these pyramids, and I'm not just talking about the pyramids in Egypt. I'm talking about around the world. The stones that were used for these pyramids ain't no damn pulley system that we have at this current moment in time that could move these motherfuckers. It ain't we don't have the technology to move them. So if we don't have the technology, how the hell? And I believe you would say that we're more advanced than the ancient civilizations. I disagree with it, but I believe you would say that. How the hell could they move them, but we couldn't move them? And then you're gonna tell me slaves use the fucking pulley system to move these fucking rocks that we can't move today?
Look
at that. You out of order, man. You out of order.
So to be clear, and my issue, Dub, was y'all trying to paint this like that's my only thing that I think could happen, that they could pull these motherfuckers with rocks. I said I don't know. You asked me, well, how do you think it could get done? I said, well, I don't know. Maybe it was a pulley system, or I don't know.
Well, if you don't, if you are, then you out of order. If you don't,
you out of order.
No, but Marky, you gotta understand. Not, I mean, even if it's not the pulley system, even if it's not the pulley system, you gotta understand the weight of these stones and the height that it had to go up to reach the very top of the pyramid. The height that it had to go up. It gotta be something out of ordinary. Something out of ordinary that got these stones that high into the sky. Like, these pyramids ain't no just regular old skyscraper pyramids. These pyramids are huge. They're huge. So like I said, the weight of the stone and the height that it had to go up is something that's unordinary.
And real quick, if you listen to mainstream scientists today, they tell you all type of things about these. Shout out, hey, and real quick, man. Shout out to my brother DS3 in the building. Shout out to Akilo Netta in the building, man. Shout out to my sister Shawa Allah in the building, man. Much love and respect. Hey, y'all hit the like button. Hit the like button. You know what I'm saying? But if you listen to mainstream, they would tell you that, well, they use these damn ramps and shit to man, stop it.
Now, look, they tell you that it was built over 20 or 40 years, but for that to be true, they would have to cut and set 100 of these motherfucking blocks every goddamn day, and they can't even show you how to move one of these motherfuckers.
Facts.
Like that shit.
And then even with the materials we have today, if you go try to utilize these machines and those type of things that can move these stones on the sand over there, listen, they'll tell you can't utilize them because that damn sand.
But now that we got these, just look at that diagram right there. Those columns, those are 648 meters long going down. Each one of those 8 blue columns. Crazy, the pyramid is only how high is that pyramid? I think the pyramid's like 137 meters. Them motherfucking columns
are deeper.
The columns going underground. That shit is crazy. I don't know how the fuck they would have been able to drill underneath.
We trying to tell you, they didn't drill nothing.
Listen, man, those things are 4 times the height of the pyramid. How the fuck did a slave get them motherfuckers standing?
Hold on. All right. I want to finish the video. I want to finish the video. We got to finish the video. We got to finish the video. But all I'm saying, Mark it. Hey.
You got to just wipe your brain with all that old whatever they done told you.
No. My issue is I come in here to learn, and y'all are criticizing me when I'm just trying to learn.
Nigga, I'm gonna criticize you every time you're around me. Nigga, you my brother. Hold on. Mark, are you my brother?
I feel like it sometimes.
Hey,
Yeah.
the same way I'm gonna criticize you in boxing, nigga, I'm gonna criticize you with this as well. And it is what it is. We got my brother in the building. And let me bring my brother up right here. We got Steph Brown in the building. Salute, fam. Hey, man, give me your opening statements. You see, we out of order tonight. We all the way out of order.
As per usual.
It wouldn't be the first time. It wouldn't be the first time. Go ahead, Steph.
What's up, fam?
What up, brother?
I'm good, man. I'm just listening to y'all. Like Teach, trying to learn. Quick question comes to mind now. The pause on the video. I get that that's a map or a diagram or something that we may think. Is this, dare I say, real? Like a real sketch?
No. This is what they have. So they utilize laser technology.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? To scan the pyramids. And
No.
Well, go ahead, Ken.
Synthetic aperture radar Doppler tomography.
Yeah, they use sound.
It's not
synthetic.
It's
you
not
said synthetic though.
Hold on. Let him explain it. Let him explain it. Go ahead, Cash.
I can give you like a basic explanation. They're using satellites. So you know how they did the scanning of the Great Pyramid, and they showed that void above the Grand Gallery.
We're gonna play that as well tonight.
That was with a different technology. They had to go in there and lay down like these panels all over the ground to bounce shit off of. This is like a brand new technology that's way more sophisticated. Where they're bouncing these like they're X-band microwave rays type shit, and they're picking up subtle surface vibrations and resonance off of voids that are way underground. So, you know what I mean? It's like
Okay.
It's
Stop right there, Cash. Stop right there, sir. Okay, cool. So when they send their technology out, right? This diagram that we see on the screen, that's what it looks to our eyes. That's what it could be looks like. Meaning
they send down whatever ray they got, and it shoots back the data, and then they got a program that puts the data together, and it gives you you know what I mean?
Okay, got you. I'm with you.
Yeah.
All right.
Here we go.
All right. So
here we go.
There's a video where somebody will break it down way better than I just did. Where it'll make even more sense.
Real quick. Go ahead, Teach. Hold on. Go ahead, Teach.
I just want to say, Marky is asking the right questions, in my opinion, because I mean that's what a logical person of today would ask, like those type of questions, like how do they build these things, right? And the way we see it is we're going to think about technology. We're going to think about if there was some sort of engineering going on. It may be that the engineering was lost, or the technology was lost. But like, I wouldn't necessarily think of what Cash was saying, and I'm not saying Cash is wrong or anything, but when we're talking about supernatural stuff, that goes into something different. So I don't know. I got to learn a little bit more about
that. Now, real quick, Teach. When you say supernatural, say supernatural, what do you mean by that?
What Cash was speaking about earlier. So, I mean, Cash mentioned that it's not only technology that goes into these things. He was talking about telekinesis and all that stuff, right?
Right. But the thing is we have seen, and correct me if I'm wrong, we have seen the individuals that's been found with the elongated skulls, as far as and somebody got some feedback. So we have seen those elongated skulls that Cash was speaking on. We have seen that found. We also have once again, the Emerald tablets. We have documentation of what may possibly be going on. I'm not saying everything Cash is saying is right. I ain't saying that either.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's right either. But I'm just saying, look, real quick, Teach. When you just look at the stones that you see, when you look at the pyramid,
right?
Those average about 2.5 tons. Inside the pyramid, there are stones and slabs that weigh 60 tons, and they're way up high. So I'm just trying to say, I'm just trying to think outside the box. Like, how the fuck we can't even lift these motherfuckers today. How the fuck did these niggas lift these 60-ton slabs and stack them one 60-ton slab, boom, and then put two stones on top of those, and then stack another 60-ton slab on top of that, like way up in the air. Like this shit is like beyond. I can't even understand it. I mean, I can't even comprehend it. That's why I'm trying to say it had to be some crazy shit to go down to be able to do it. It wasn't no slave labor. These things were not built with manpower, like your muscles and shit. I'm just trying to get you to think outside the box.
Real quick, shout out to Shawa Allah. Shawa said, y'all realize no one has ever seen or laid hands on emerald tablets, right? Y'all realize that?
I was about to comment on that, so I was like, we'll talk about it.
Go ahead, Steph.
No, because I'm listening to you guys. I was just saying, Shawa kind of stole it from me right there because you guys keep using that tablet word. What kind of tablets are these, and who are they coming from?
So first things first. I would disagree as far as no one ever laying hands on emerald tablets. I think I mean they have been preserved accordingly. You know what I'm saying? So to find them, somebody touched them. Somebody touched them. That's all I'm gonna tell you.
Hey man, if you want to believe,
and if you want to say the white man, hold on real quick. If you want to say it was the white man, I ain't got no problem. I ain't got no problem with you saying it. All I'm saying is that the emerald tablets the same way, and I don't give a damn if you're white, black. I don't shit. Information is information. That's my opinion.
She's saying a white man took it so nobody else can see it. That's what she's saying.
Well, I think the different question would be: do you trust the European translations of the tablets?
Man, all right. So now,
last comment, Dub, because you guys teach. You know, when we talk about the supernatural, when I hear that word, I just think of Father God and all that He inspires, which is our life, which is this world, which is this very conversation, what we're talking about.
Which is fine. My whole
yeah. But I also think throughout the antiquity till modern day to present day, you know, us people have just, you know, everyone has a different appetite for success on how they would say it, would express it, give their opinion about it. So it just looks different, hears different. And I think I'm trying to say something to what you said earlier, Dub. You know, we're here just to learn and get each other's viewership on it. Go ahead, Dub.
Bro, you gotta catch the last two episodes and get caught up.
Hold on. Go ahead, Cash, and then I think T jumping in. Go ahead.
No, I was just telling Steph to go catch. You got to catch the last two episodes that you did and get caught up on the discoveries that have been made and the evidence and all types of shit that is to the contrary of what you've been saying, brother.
Go ahead, Teach. Go ahead, Teach.
Yeah, I mean, I still can't wrap my head around this, but I mean, I just want to say, man, this has to be some sort of like technology back then that we just don't know about today. Like the placement of these stones and the way that they manipulate these stones, right? So it has to be some sort of like lost technology that we just don't know today, and some sort of engineering method that, again, we just don't know.
Now,
real quick, it's like the modern world is so advanced. It's like, how can we not know these things? Right?
Hold on, real quick, Teach. I gotta ask you this. You and I'll be honest, I didn't know you was an architect. Shout out to you being an architect. I ain't got nothing but love and respect for that, my brother. I want to ask this question: with you knowing how buildings go, how line and shit go, I don't know if you ever. I'm pretty sure you never had to design a full city or anything like that. But for these individuals to be able to have the technology to line things up on the 30th parallel, the way that they lined them up, right? and we see major megalithic structures around the world on the same parallel. For that to happen, it has the, in your opinion, with you being, like I said, architect, I think you would understand the difficulty of it, and like you broke down, them also utilizing the technology because they're using blocks that we can't even manipulate today. We can't manipulate them the way that they were manipulating them back then to build these structures. And I would ask you to go look around the world as far as the 30th parallel would go. But what would just from your personal opinion, and it may not be a good answer for it, it may not be a right answer, but from your personal opinion, how can you make that make sense if these individuals or how can you make that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how it makes sense, man, because the way that this pretty much these are being built and the way that Cash explained it about the heaviest stone being on top, I mean, you're just asking for the structure to fail right there, right? So,
but it succeeds completely. Yeah.
So how they managed to do it?
I mean, for one of the oldest structures.
Yeah. So how they managed to do it, I just don't know. That's not a question I think we can answer. Like,
I'm gonna say this real quick. This is what my mother always told me. Well, my great grandmother actually. My mother said it to me before too, but my great grandmother told me this a long time ago. I was probably about 10 years old. She said, "A human mind is a simple mind because we only believe what we can see. We never believe anything that's outside the box.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
We only can believe what we see. So because you're not used to seeing things like that, you're not going to believe it because you're not used to seeing it. But if you was to see it, then you could believe it. Just like people say they saw the Sasquatch. We don't believe it, but it's not saying that they actually lying. We just don't believe it because we never seen it.
I actually believe in Sasquatch. I mean, that's totally believable. Big ass ape in the forest. I believe that.
Most people don't believe it because they never seen it. But the person that actually saw it, they know what they saw.
Let me say this, Teach. Another thing about the way these people built, like today, everything we built is susceptible to earthquakes and all types of shit and all types of catastrophes. These things were built with these polygonal masonry technique where they interlock and they use this polygonal shape where these things fit together in a way that it's earthquake proof, and it's pretty much it can't be toppled over or fucked with, you know what I mean?
So real quick, Teach, I gotta ask this question. And
we should still be building with these techniques.
I don't know. Like Cash said, you got to catch the last two shows we had, last Tuesday and Saturday. But I want to ask this question, and I got to tell you, I didn't know that you were an architect, nothing like that. But shout out to you. I ain't got no problem with it. Matter of fact, we saluted around here. Keep doing your thing, my brother. I got to ask this question. So, what's the toughest substance? And well, first off, before I even ask that question, let me ask this: are you a religious individual? Do you believe in biblical teaching, or are you a religious individual first?
Yeah, I consider myself a religious person. Okay,
so when we talk about Noah, right, and this is why I say go back. You got to watch the video we had the last two times we talked about this, but. When we talk about Noah, you believe in Noah, right?
Yeah. You should watch House of David on that Amazon.
Say it again.
I said, make sure y'all watch House of David on Amazon. It's pretty good.
You out of order. Now you out of order.
My bad.
Y'all out of order now. My bad.
That's a great show, Dub. Go ahead.
Well, we gonna give him the drop. We gonna give him the drop accordingly.
Damn. It's a bunch of bull.
So, Teach, I gotta ask.
You need to send Pastor May's family some money with all these drops you're doing of him. Go ahead.
This is outrageous. This is outrageous.
So look, T, with you being an architect, those type of things, and being an individual who believes, biblically speaking, about Noah, those type of things, right? The ark, right? When Noah built the ark, made it through the flood, those type of things, you believe that that's a correct story, right?
Yeah, from the Bible.
Okay, cool. So when we spoke, we spoke directly on Zaya Sutra. Correct me if I'm wrong, Cash. I probably said the man name. I probably murdered it, butchered it right now.
No, that's right, Zaya Sutra.
Okay. Zaya Sutra, according to the Emerald Tablets, you know what I'm saying? Would be who we would think is Noah, right?
Yeah.
The same sons of Noah, Ham, Japheth, and Shem, right? Me and Cash, we have an argument about that piece of it, but that's a whole nother story. But we would agree that the sons of Noah were Ham, Japheth, and Shem, right? We would agree on that.
Yeah, continue.
All right. So the first thing I want to ask, biblically speaking, when Noah built this ark, and it's interesting to me. Well, I don't want to get into it. I want to stick to the biblically speaking. What did Noah build the ark out of?
I have no idea. Is it some sort of wood?
Okay, so in correct me if I'm wrong, Cash. I believe the Emerald Tablets will speak on what the Enki at the time given Zaya Sutra, who we consider Noah.
Sumerian tablets. Keep saying Emerald.
I'm out of order. The Sumerian tablets. Thank you. But he gives the instructions on what to build this ark out of, what to build, and breaks down multiple, and that's why you got to go back and watch the video. We might have to play it. How much time I got? I got a little time, so we might have to play it tonight. But to utilize what was utilized, right, as far as the sticking substance, the cedar wood, those type of things, it aligns directly with the biblical narrative. It just gives more detail into what Zaya Sutra was told to do, and it tells you why exactly he was told to do this, right? My whole thing and my question would be is this. As an architect, who are you going to put more credibility into? The individual who give you those dynamics and measurements to build it, or just saying, hey, and like you just said, biblically speaking, you can't tell me what he built the shit out of. Respectfully, I say that respectfully. Who you get?
The first option.
The individual who give you the more credibility as far as how to build it.
Right. That's how you pretty much build things.
And this is what we're talking about. The substance, the wood, all this is given.
Yeah.
And so when we talk about Zaya Sutra and the biblical narrative of Noah, you know what I'm saying? All I'm saying is it just makes more sense one way than the other, in my personal opinion. But I'll pass it around.
I want to get back to the flower of life thing. I got to take a closer look at that video. I mean, the video that you paused.
Oh, well,
maybe like a playback.
Damn, hey, we can't play the video in its full. We always got to talk about it first. We got to talk.
I got some real good stuff I'll send you teach on the flower of life and everything.
Yeah. All right.
Let me do this. I want to finish this video. I don't know if we're gonna finish it. Shit, but we're gonna try our best. Here we go.
And inevitably, what we will also become capable of ourselves, thanks to these magnificently resilient structures. Technology left to us possibly by a now interdimensional civilization. Could we be on the verge of finally unlocking the secrets of the ancients and the purpose of the pyramids? A secret which will change the course of our history forever? Could we here on our channel be on the precipice of confirming the true purpose of Earth's Great Pyramids once and for all? I find the possibility highly compelling.
The Curse of the Pharaohs, alleged to be cast upon anyone who disturbed the mummies of ancient Egypt. This curse, which does not differentiate between thieves and archaeologists, is claimed to cause bad luck, illness, or death, with it famously claiming the lives of at least 20 people associated with the opening of King Tut's tomb. However, could the cause for the curse have a more elemental origin? Rather than a spell, could their illnesses have been caused by rooting around in the dirt and sands across Egypt for many decades? Ones actually caused by radiation poisoning? We have melted steps found within Dendera Temple, strange and curious copper handles thought by many to have been ancient cathodes upon Gantenbrink's door. Could these anomalies be evidence suggesting the existence of a past meltdown within Egypt? One which caused the disappearance of the pyramid builders themselves? Carter famously performed many tests on the artifacts he would find, even swabbing the air to ensure there was no curse. But he was limited by the science of the time, and while the air he breathed was indeed safe, he could not detect the dangers of radiation. And according to a new study published in the Journal of Scientific Exploration, the source of this radiation has now been found. Locations within Giza and also Saqqara have now been found to have background radiation still 10 times over the safety threshold, with massive deposits of ancient uranium now found to have somehow once leached into the many walls of the mastabas, which dot the surround of the Great Pyramids. These predictably once just argued away as ancient tombs. However, why such massive amounts of an element known to be used in nuclear reactors is present here also predictably escapes mainstream explanation. Many ancient pyramids across the globe, such as within Bosnia or the series of buried Great Pyramids once investigated within Crimea, have been shown to each emit strange energy fields. These strange characteristics found at differing pyramids at differing times within history, with individuals arriving at similar conclusions, of them possibly once having been used to generate electricity. Quote, "The two locations were both in the tunnels under Pharaoh Khafre's Valley building in what is known as the Osiris tomb shaft. Here, 2 stone coffers were shown to be intensely radioactive, the interiors of the coffers even more so than the outside. It looked a lot like something that emitted a strong radiation had been placed in these 2 containers. Similar storage areas known as magazines under Djoser's pyramid in Saqqara also emitted radiation. The area looks to have been once filled with hundreds of pots, their contents unanalyzed and unknown. The study believes that these pots and the other storage containers are filled with uranium-235, known as yellowcake. This highly radioactive substance, used today to enrich uranium isotopes for use in modern-day nuclear reactors, would emit a deadly radiation. Could this all be evidence for the Great Pyramid's original purpose? A lost technology which could have offered seemingly unlimited energy? We find the possibility highly compelling.
The Great Pyramids, although undoubtedly one of the greatest ancient sites upon Earth, many feel that when these enigmatic structures are one day inevitably deciphered and their subsequent significance realized, this importance to the development of man will utterly eclipse that which has already been unraveled here upon our planet. It is a site that we predict will encounter numerous astonishing discoveries that will undoubtedly be played down or discredited by mainstream academia and media alike. Interestingly, however, regardless of our suspicions, an international research group's finds have seemingly been shared worldwide by the same organizations we so often find ourselves here upon our channel accusing of conspiracy. This research team apparently applied methods of theoretical physics to the site in an effort to investigate the electromagnetic response of the Great Pyramids to radio waves, in an exercise reminiscent of those which unraveled astonishing characteristics of the Bosnian pyramids, has produced results that, predictably, since their discovery, scientists have stated were supposedly predicted under certain resonance conditions, They now state that the pyramid was predicted to concentrate electromagnetic energy in its internal chambers and under the base. This supposed initial prediction was made regardless of the fact that not a single claim to these events had ever been made within a single thesis funded by academia. Conveniently, this research group plans to use the theoretical results to design nanoparticles capable of reproducing similar effects in the optical range. Such nanoparticles may be used to develop sensors and highly efficient solar cells. The study was published in the Journal of Applied Physics. It seems to us that those in control of the production lines of mankind are seemingly aware of the technological prowess of the Great Pyramids, yet appear to be suppressing such discoveries in favor of financial control. In other words, the people who have permitted the release of these finds are the same people controlling the flow of information and technological development of our species. Quote, "The Egyptian pyramids have always attracted great attention. We as scientists were interested in them as well, so we decided to look at the Great Pyramid as a particle dissipator of radio waves resonantly. Due to the lack of information about the physical properties of the pyramid, we had to use assumptions. For example, we assumed that there are no unknown cavities inside, and the building material had the properties of an ordinary limestone, evenly distributed in and out of the pyramid. With these assumptions made, we obtained interesting results that can find important practical applications," says Dr. S.C. Andrei Evluchin, scientific supervisor and coordinator of the research. "We feel the research is dubious, not only due to the fact that it has been shared within the same mainstream media, who we feel have for a long time been funded to tell an entirely different story, but also due to the attempted conviction that there are no chambers left to be uncovered within the pyramid. Is there something within the pyramid that, no matter how hard certain powers try, they cannot seem to hide? Is this the reason for this conclusion and subsequent research being so widely covered? We find the discovery and subsequent coverage to be highly suspicious."
Amazing. Amazing. Go ahead. Anybody got anything on it?
I mean, in regards to the radioactive material, I mean, I just guess it's the limestone, like over time that becomes radioactive. That's why they found traces amount, in these.
Hold on, limestone become radioactive over a period of time?
Yeah, that's what it's saying, I believe.
Hold on, real quick. And I always say, geology saved my college career, because if it weren't for geology, I would have been in damn chemistry, and I probably would have fucked that whole class up. So you telling me, and I know I done studied limestone, I done studied it. You're telling me you believe limestone can become radioactive?
I mean, how else did they find? How else would they find, that stuff like radiation? It has to be from the material, right? And the material
but the material wasn't limestone. The problem is
no, they mentioned limestone.
No, they mentioned it, but that's not the only material that's being utilized in this situation. I think. All right, if teach, I'm just gonna be honest. If you're gonna tell me that limestone becomes radioactive over a period of time, I'm gonna call you out of order.
All right. I mean,
do you believe that?
I mean, I do believe that.
Damn. It's a bunch of bull.
You believe limestone? Hold on, you believe limestone becomes radioactive?
Listen, again, the material that they said that they utilized there, right, was limestone. Am I wrong?
No, they said that, but they didn't say that was. They didn't say that was the radioactive material, though.
So what else could it be then? What did they say?
Hold on, and this is what they were utilizing other materials. I mean, this is what they found as far as the limestone in the building goes. But even, I mean, like I know, limestone ain't one of the. You really don't want to build with too much limestone. It doesn't stand up to resistance that well. Limestone is one of the softest materials that you can utilize to build with. Would you disagree with that?
Well, technically, yeah. Limestone is pretty much used as as today as a part of the facade. So it's not something that's structurally being used.
It's a soft material to build with. Yeah. But my thing is they're saying these sites were quote unquote nuclear or radioactive. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying that they were utilizing other materials. I don't think that the limestone just got old and became radio. I don't believe that.
But in the video, they haven't made mention of the other material. They may have said other material. Well, what are the other materials? So the only thing that we could go off.
I understand what you're saying.
The only thing we could go off is the amount of limestone that they were using to build these, structures.
Now I'm thinking more along the lines of like the energy or the whatever they were creating inside of these structures, because stone doesn't have radioactive decay. You know what I mean? It's normally like when you have artificial isotopes of elements, or there's certain things that naturally have radioactive decay, but it's not stone. You know what I mean? It's got to be something to do with the power that they were generating, or something to do with the neutrons or the electrons or something, man. It's not just rocks. Don't just turn radioactive over time.
I mean, you're talking about like limestone that was maybe buried deep in the earth, right? And over time, you don't know what happens to these stones. I'm just saying.
So real quick, Chief, I just gotta ask the question. So you're saying, in your opinion, you think that because and whatever happened to them, whatever happened to these rocks, but first off, let me ask this. Have you ever seen anybody speak on radioactive limestone? Have you ever heard of that?
I have, Dub. I have.
Okay, go ahead. Well, I was asking.
Well, what I wanted to say was that
break down the radioactive limestone. Break that down.
Well, yes, I've heard of it, but what I was gonna comment on it, because Cash was saying earlier, but my phone went out there. Since uranium was such a hot topic, I mean uranium's everywhere, man. It's in the air, it's in rocks, it's in soil, it's in water. I'm sure there's high concentrates of it where maybe they're mining for it, obviously, but it's everywhere. It's in everything. It can be in food. It can be in water. That's what I was gonna say earlier. But I don't know. W, you keep saying biblically speaking. That's where I'm at with all this.
Well, and the reason we got to do, and the reason I say biblically speaking is because I know how I was raised, and if I can't tie a lot of it back to the Bible, then it don't make sense to me. And so I understand what I'm trying to meet everybody where they at. That's it.
And I completely understand. That's man. That's how I live my life, brother. I try to look through it through His eyes, not mine. And every day I got an opportunity to do so. So, that's literally how I'm breaking all this down, and just using Egypt and Goshen for examples, or even Samaria, but even just coming back to the Levant, or even here we are in Mesopotamia, Cush, all that stuff. Look, man, that's a lot of that is holy ground. So I'm not surprised that it has high levels of this, that, and the other over there versus over here. So, I need to see more of this video, and I'm curious.
Well, we got another one coming. Go ahead, T. We got another video coming up. I want to pull up real quick. I want to pull up my sister Shawa. I want to pull up what she just dropped. Go ahead, T. Let me see if I can get right.
Yeah, and I just want to say something about what Steph said, about radiation in the soil. Like, before you start building a building, on a site, they always do this what do you call it? Geotechnical survey. Yeah. And so what that does is pretty much test, the soil pretty much to see if it's radioactive or not. And it's not rare that you see this stuff, like radioactive soil. In the area as well, it's not only soil, it's going to be rocks in the area as well as you dig deep, right? So all this stuff is radioactive, man.
Amazing.
I think if rocks turn radioactive over time, nobody would be able to even get near them goddamn pyramids. Shit, the motherfucker made out of stone, man.
They have different levels of radiation, right? I mean, it could be very low, and even though it's still bad, it's not going to hurt you right away.
So, are you saying the pyramids are radioactive?
I believe so.
Amazing.
But they may emit
low level
of radiation. But again, I think he mentioned in the video, did he say something about the King's Chamber or something?
Yeah, he did.
That video. And in that area may have a higher level of radiation, I believe.
And this is, and I ain't gonna lie to you. I always shout out to my brother Cash. I always hit Cash up. I'm like, man, this is where I'm going with the show. You know what I'm saying? And Cash, correct me if I'm wrong. I said, man, I wanted to talk about the King's Chamber, the secret compartment that's found, and connected to the Ark of the Covenant. And the reason I want to connect it to the Ark of the Covenant, right? And biblically speaking, that's why I always say, biblically speaking, the Ark of the Covenant was what? What was the Ark of the Covenant? If any respect, I asked that question. Respect. If y'all don't know, I answer the question. But what was the Ark of the Covenant?
I don't know nothing about it.
Say it again, Teach. Steph.
You could go for it.
Steph, you got anything on it? All right. So the Ark of the Covenant, when biblically speaking, when it was given, you know what I'm saying?
Here we go, baby.
Hold on. Oh, Steph, you got anything on the Ark before I go?
No.
I don't want to be out of order. I want to make sure y'all get.
No, you go ahead, sir. I'll probably chime in as we go.
The Ark of the Ark of the Covenant. First off, it has certain dimensions, as well as certain what's the word I want to use here? Power dimensions behind it, right? The Ark of the Covenant was transported from at that current moment in time, Jerusalem, to where? Egypt. Egypt is where the Ark of the Covenant ultimately ended up at. Now we're seeing these certain dimensions as far as and mind you.
Actually, quick question, Doug. Quick question as you go. And just your opinion, or I'm just asking, what do you think? Because you say the Ark ends up in Egypt.
Do you disagree? Hold on. Do you disagree with that first?
No. Well, perhaps, but this maybe depending on your answer, and I know that kind of sounds funny, but the question is, do you think the Ark ended back in Egypt and towards the end of the Old Testament, or during the New Testament, or at the end of the New? When do you think that happened?
The Old Testament.
Okay.
It's speaking more on. I'm speaking more Old Testament wise than New Testament.
Okay. Cool. Go ahead, sir. Sorry for interrupting.
Do you disagree with it, or do you agree? Like, I just want to. I want, and then see.
Well, hang on. I can't say because I don't know. I need to go back and study up myself, but I'll give you a clue to where I would go. I would go into the extra non-canonical writings, as us Christians.
Now, hold on now. Now we can do that. We can go to those writings if you want to. We can go to and the Apocrypha, the Book of Enoch. I'm well versed. If you want to go there, we can do that. Damn, did the brother leave? All right, that's fine. I want to play the. Do you have anything on the teach? Okay, Steph, he's back. Here we go. Let me bring the brother back in. We can go to those. We can go to those writings if you want to. All I'm saying is, before we go there, I'm just asking, biblically speaking,
right,
about the Ark of the. That's it, and I'm asking the question for a reason. The reason I'm asking the question is because we understand there were the right dimensions given, right, as far as the Ark of the Covenant goes.
Yeah.
It seemed to be
who's giving those directions, though.
Biblically speaking, God was giving those directions. Biblically speaking, but my thing is this, and this is where my argument comes in. The same way. This is why I asked about the dimensions of Noah, right? The dimensions of the ark. This is why I asked about it, because biblically speaking, who gave Noah those dimensions to build the ark? The Most High did, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is that, and how I connected it from the beginning when I said that even speaking on God and Noah, these type of things, right? Going into the Sumerian text, who these people were saying were the gods that they were speaking to, and how this all translates to, biblically speaking, what we're looking at now as far as the as far as Egypt goes, the Ark of the Covenant, Noah, how all of this connects. This is what I'm speaking of. I'm trying to connect it. And the way I'm connected, and maybe I'm out of order. If you want to call me out of order, it wouldn't be the first time. What I'm trying to tell you is that listening to the Sumerians and how they spoke on Enki and Enlil, understanding how the eagle and the snake moves around the world, and I mean, that's just the influence that they've had. However, I already spoke that I think that Thoth had influences on multiple civilizations, ancient civilizations, right? I done spoken all of this. So what I'm trying to tell you is this right here. Biblically speaking, they understood what the Ark of the Covenant was. I'm about to bring it into something a little different. They understood what it was, but they understood a lot of these things, and the reason they understood it is because they learned the same what they learned from Abraham. They learned from these are the people that they gathered their knowledge from, and these folks gathered their knowledge from ancient Sumeria. And so, go ahead, Cash. I know I get long-winded.
No, y'all killing me with the biblically speaking.
We gotta do it. We gotta do it. We gotta have a conversation. We gotta have it. You may not like it. I say that respectfully.
Whatever the Bible said is in that motherfucker is not in that motherfucker. Like, it was gold plated a certain way, and it had gold rods for a certain reason. Why? Because gold protects from what? What does gold protect you from? One of the things.
Radioactivity.
There you go.
I know. I mean, I'm just saying. That's a whole nother story. You done moved too fast, too far.
Man, y'all killing me with this Bible shit, man.
Well, hey, you got to be killed with it tonight, brother. You got to be killed with it. Cause I'm just saying we got to connect it. I'm just trying to connect the dots. And so, and I want to hear, I want rebuttals. I want to hear the opposite opinion and the disagreements and those type of things. You understand what I'm saying? So we got to have that conversation. We always got to have it. So go ahead.
Question for Cash. So it protects you. So the Ark of the Covenant protects you from radioactivity.
No. Gold protects you from radioactivity.
I understand that.
The Ark of the Covenant was supposedly radioactive.
Okay, sure.
Or had radioactive properties, seemingly like radioactive properties.
Right. Sure. Whatever it's used for. I guess a question for both you and Dove. What is it being used for? What is its purpose?
It was a power source.
For?
Hence the reason we talk about how it ends back up in Egypt and it ends up in the pyramids. It's generating power for these pyramids but
do we know what the power is for?
The power is the power. It was to power, in my opinion, and this is a theory of mine. I may be out of order, but it was to power the civilization, because I mean we understand how Sumer was a great civilization, one of the most ancient. Kemet was one of the most ancient civilizations. This was a power source for these individuals, and they were able to utilize it. I don't know the exact term to use, but they didn't have to be directly connected, but it generated power in what I would call a magnetosphere, something like that. That these individuals were able to utilize and to live their lives off of.
I think it was more along the lines of a power amplifier.
Power amplifier.
That's in my opinion.
Okay, meaning the Ark, right?
It could be both, but I know it definitely sat in the king's chamber, quote unquote, in that pyramid at one time. And when it got taken from the pyramid, that's when Egypt.
You're talking about the Ark, right, Cash?
When they check when they tell you that they split the Red Sea and were trying to chase what's it what's my
Moses.
Damn, Moses, thank you. When they were trying to chase, the nigga had stole the damn Ark of the Covenant. That's exactly what they had taken. And that's why they were chasing his ass down.
For sure.
Question then. In
my opinion,
sure.
This is
that makes the most sense, though. I mean, why they're not going to chase you down because you killed a couple of slaves or whatever the story was.
But gentlemen, hold
on. If you steal the key to Egypt's civilization, then that's when you chase a motherfucker down. Like that's when you get everybody to chase this nigga down.
You run a nigga down.
Listen here, though. Hold up. First of all, they had gold before they even made the Ark of the Covenant. And the Ark of the Covenant came after the Exodus. They left Egypt. They built it. Egypt didn't even know they had it. What are y'all talking about?
I mean,
I would disagree with that.
That's what you want to believe, bro.
I would disagree 100% with that.
So
hold on.
You gotta watch.
Hang
on. This is how I can prove you wrong.
No.
It's not about proving you wrong. It's not about that. Go ahead.
I'm not trying to be proven wrong.
I'm out of order.
That's fine. Again, no argument at all. We're I guess you can call it disagreement, but no beef with that. Well, I almost forget my thought here. Right. So, because you guys keep saying they, and then, so is they the Hebrews, or did they not build the Ark?
Hold on. So, first things first. If you listen to the story, Moses, even though Moses was considered, I guess, Hebrew, Moses was with who? The Egyptians, right? He floated down the damn river, whatever happened, right? According to the stories, Moses was in the upper echelon. He was picked up by the daughter of the king, correct? Hello? Anybody?
Go ahead. I hear you there.
And so when Moses was picked up, he learned, same way Jesus learned, he learned the way of who? the Egyptians, correct?
Yeah.
So just because it's only mentioned and shout out to Shawa in the book, just because it's only mentioned in Exodus, don't mean that. Why did these people go there? They went there because these individuals had higher learning, higher abilities of knowledge. They had the mystic schools already. You know what I'm saying? Jesus, according biblically speaking, he learned in those mystic schools, right?
I look at that differently. I would say Egypt at that time in antiquity was the world power. They were the United States of America. They not only produced but inherited and had most of all the technology and information in the world, like the world's best libraries, the world's best museums. I mean, think back to Joseph, Jacob's son, how he ended up as an Egyptian, as he was bought for Potiphar as a slave, right? He got brought in there, got taught all the goods, but they saw that the father was with him, so nothing really happened to him.
But what happened? He had to come back, and because he had gotten that,
he didn't come back at all. He died.
Hold on. No. When he got that favor, he didn't. He had to come back, and he gave and showed love to his brothers, even though that his brothers were the one who sold him off. He came back and showed love when the famine hit. Bro, I know the Bible.
No, when the famine hit.
When the famine hit, this man came back. When the famine hit,
Dub, listen to me. They came to Egypt because Egypt had all the rationings because of Joseph.
Because the famine hit, they didn't have nothing, and Joseph was the one who said, "No," and took their brothers, took the brothers back in, and said, "Even though y'all did me wrong, I'm gonna show you love." Correct?
He said, "You meant it for evil, but God meant it for good." That's what he said.
Well, however you want
but
to say
I don't know where you're going with that.
What I'm trying to tell you is, biblically speaking, individuals have been going and learning from where? Egypt.
No, that's how the Hebrew people ended up in Egypt.
My God,
because of the Exodus.
Bro, this is crazy work. So you.
No, the whole reason why. No, listen to me. The whole reason why we have an Exodus, bro, is because of Joseph and the people there. That's like.
But even at I'm not disagreeing with that.
You're saying. I hear what you're saying. What I am saying back up in Egypt. I'm disagreeing with and saying they were already there. What are you talking about?
But what I'm saying is that Jesus learned in Egypt. Moses learned in Egypt. Right? Jacob. Or Joseph, excuse me, learn where? In Egypt. This was the Mecca, and I mean, all I'm trying to say is that for them to have technology, everybody ain't going to learn at the dumbest place. They going to learn at the smartest place, right? And so if all these individuals are going to Egypt, and I still want to bring up Sumeria, me personally, because I think ancient Sumer was just as special as Egypt was. Me personally. But you're literally arguing, and I don't even know what you're arguing. I don't know what you're even arguing.
Even the name Jesus is just some name they gave y'all. I mean, Yeshua. The whole time Yeshua went missing, he was in Egypt learning in the
mystic schools,
in the Egyptian mystical magical schools. Yes, I mean I don't want to argue about religion, but you gotta watch the last 2 episodes, because a lot of that shit's really been debunked. It's kind of like
what's been debunked?
Man, bro, the Bible's pretty much been debunked.
We're not gonna say that. We're not gonna say that. We're not gonna say the Bible.
The Bible.
What I'll say is this. What I'll say is this. Go ahead.
There's evidence that the Bible took stories from much older scriptures or tablets and shit. So like the Bible, they don't even give you guys the whole book. They didn't even give you guys the whole quote unquote.
What's the
Bible.
whole book, Cash?
Hold on. They took the book of the Giants out. They took the book of Enoch out. They took a bunch of books out.
Hold on, Cash.
And they gave it to y'all and want y'all to blindly believe something. Like,
I mean, Steph, you literally said tonight. You said, do you want to go into the books that were removed? You said that.
If you're trying to tell me no books were removed, then you out of pocket, man. Like, listen, you guys are reading not complete book
and I want to make this clear. It ain't this is not. I'm not trying to bash the Bible or anything like that.
Me neither.
We just trying to bring truth and honesty to the discussion. That's it. And my whole thing is, Steph, you said yourself. You said, well, there were other books pulled out. I when you said it, I was directly going to the Book of Enoch. You know,
no, that's not what I said, Doug. That's not at all what I said.
I'm out of order. I'm out of order. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
On that comment where I was saying, I forget the question that you asked me, but if I can remember correctly, where I was going with that, because I was kind of getting to Abraham a little bit, but where you asked me something where I was saying where I would get my clues from is that I would go into and I use those words of non-canonical because yes, those books aren't in our, in the canon, in the canon Bible that we call the canon today. Right. Think what Apocrypha, Jubilees, things like that. Right. Yes, the Book of Enoch, and what are those? Those are just Jewish records of the prophets at the time. People who kept record, and that's what those are. So those are very good, useful information. In fact, I do look at those periodically. We use those at my church.
But the thing is what I'm saying. Even and I had no problem utilizing those scriptures, any of it. But or the non-canon, I don't have a problem with it. My thing is this. We're talking about where these stories and traditions came from, right? This is what and at the end of the day, that's always been my whole thought process on it. Where did these stories? Hold on. Where did these stories? And I keep saying this. The reason I rock with ancient Sumer so much, and why I think the Sumerian tablets, the Emerald tablets, the reason I got into them is because the progenitor of the three main religions today is who? Abraham, right? The Abrahamic religions. Where did he learn from? And if you look it up, he learned from individuals in Sumer, Samaria. What did the Sumerians know? That's how I got here. And so when you get to all of this, and I'm gonna be honest. Some of this shit is fables, man. It's fairy tales. I say it respectfully. But at the same time, we need to listen to it and we need an understanding of it. Because it gives us that actual chance. I didn't say he was Sumerian. I said, where was his parents from? Respectfully. I said it respectfully. But it gives us the opportunity to hear a different side and then go deeper into the conversation. And when we get deeper into the conversation, we understand that biblically speaking, it can't be all the way accurate.
I disagree with that. That last comment you said with the accuracy, because let me say this before I say that. All of the past civilizations, peoples, empires, antiquity, pretty much, they all had religion. They all had different consecrations and values and things like that. They all had that. That's before there was anything called Islam, Christianity, Judaism. That stuff was already there. fast forwarding a little bit, my mind's kind of going everywhere now, but yes, fast forwarding a little bit, I'm thinking about Abraham because you keep, or yes, Dub, you keep bringing up Abraham, saying that that's where you come to, really. Yeah, that's your resting place there, and you find interest there. Yeah, man. Every time you bring him up, I'm thinking about when he got called out of bondage there. Yeah, he was a Chaldean, man, and what was their specialty? Astronomy, the stars. That's what they did. That's what they were good at. They were good at counting things, mathematician, things like that. But again, astronomy, counting the stars. That's what they were. That's how he kind of talking about the Father now. That's how he grabbed his attention, and here we are today.
How far back does the Bible go, bro?
Excuse me?
How far back does the Bible go? What's the time frame?
About 6,000 BC.
Oh, Marky, you out of order, man.
I'm out of order. You asked a general
He
question.
didn't ask you. He was asking this.
Shit, my bad. I didn't know this was a dictatorial. I can't
man,
answer.
Marky, man, just be in order tonight, man. Don't do this.
Right. Cash.
How far back does the Bible go, bro?
It goes back to whenever the Father starts it, man. He's the Ancient of Days.
Oh, man.
There's no time frame with him. We have time, but there's no time with him.
Oh, my
He's
God.
the same as today, as yesterday, and all of that.
So, all right, go ahead, Marky. Hold on, Marky. Answer the question. Go ahead, Marky.
Yeah, if you want to actually establish like an actual timeline, and first thing, what you said, Dub, you feel like some of the stories are fairy tales, and you could feel that way.
I didn't say fairy tales. I said fables.
Yeah, fables. I call, well, to be accurate, they're actually called parables. Like the story of Adam and Eve. Me personally, if that's where Steph wants to start, I don't start that. I don't think that's a real story. I think that where the Bible starts at, really, when you talk about documenting history, is Abraham, and most experts think that he was born around 6,000 years ago, or excuse me, he was born in 6,000 BC, around the time of Mesopotamia and all those different cradles of civilization were in that part of the world.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, 6,000. I'll even.
Go. So I'll catch you guys next time.
All right.
Hey, shout out to Teach, man. Hey, much love, Teach.
My antique umbrella.
Yeah. So 6,000, and that's what pretty much what any Christian or any person I ask, they'll say around 6,000. So I'll give you 6,000, then I'll throw you another 4 and give you 10,000. The Sumerian tablets, they speak about these cities that were way before that. And these cities have been found. So that is evidence and proof of shit that they've been telling y'all was make-believe and fiction all this time. So this whole...
How so?
And real quick, we did it. So when Cash tell y'all, he wish y'all would have caught... When he tell you he wish y'all would have caught the last 2 shows, we did a deep dive into the ancient civilizations, the megalithic structures that's been found recently. We did a deep dive into it. You know what I'm saying? As far as and what they were speaking on.
Yeah, you keep cutting me. Yeah.
My bad. I'm out of order. My bad. But I'm just saying I just want to be in order. But this is what you're speaking on when you say, man, y'all talking about 6,000 years. Man, these people are talking. In one of the stories, it's told one of the individuals telling Zaya Sutras, who was the father of Japhet, who was the father or the grandfather, I believe, of one of the oldest kings at that current moment in time, and King Hake, I believe that's his name, and he the story goes, man, we talking about times way before you even are thinking about right now. And this man is supposed to be a direct descendant of Japhet, you know what I'm saying, who is the son of Noah. This is a direct descendant, and they telling him, bro, we talking about hundreds of, I ain't gonna say hundreds, but tens of thousands of years before anything you even thinking about right now.
Man, when you the Sumerian
real fast,
kings,
Marky, real fast,
hold on.
Cash.
When you
one mic.
When you add up all the kings' reigns on the Sumerian kings list and all these other kings lists that were found in these cities that they want you to believe are fiction, they add up to over 400,000 years. Like this whole 6,000 shit is some cap. Like, man, you guys gotta.
Yeah, but Cash.
Hold on, bro. Because you guys have signed up to some shit to where you gotta blindly believe, and even when you get evidence put before your face that can be proven with ice core samples and
Wait. With all due respect, what am I blindly believing?
Right.
Shit, whatever you guys want to blindly believe out the Bible.
What the Bible and I said it in the chat. The Bible, I don't think it's meant to be a text that reveals any type of, like, when you talk about the Sumerians or the Egyptians, like ancient knowledge or anything like that. It's just meant to document the Jewish dynasties going from Abraham, Joseph. Then when Joseph left Egypt, it's meant to document their dynasties and their relationship with the God Yahweh. Then it moves on to the New Testament when Jesus comes around.
Who was Yahweh? Hold on. Who was Yahweh? Who was that?
Yahweh is the name that God gave to Joseph. I think. No. I lie. He gave that name to Moses. So that's essentially supposed to be the name of.
Hold on. Moses was Yahweh?
No. God,
you just said that God
Moses.
gave.
Oh, listen to me, Dub. Listen.
I'm trying to figure this out.
Listen. God told Moses that his name was Yahweh, and that's the given name that the Jewish people are supposed to have for him.
Amazing. And he told him that when he was supposed to go up there and be writing the the tablets, right?
No, that comes. The 12 Commandments comes much later after they.
When did he tell him? When did he tell him that name? When did God say?
That's the burning bush moment.
Yeah, that's the burning bush moment when he left Egypt. He went into the desert. Some people say he hallucinated. Some people say that it was actually God burning the bush in the desert. I don't know. I'm just reading what was
biblically speaking, if you speak or see God, what happens to you? Biblically speaking.
Biblically speaking, I hear you die.
So you're telling me that this man. All right. And I know you're gonna tell me the angel was the one. The angel was the one who came down. The angel was the one that came down. The angel was the one who came down and gave this information. But what I'm trying to tell you is, if we got to do all of this, we out of order.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. But hang on, Marky. Hang on, Dub. Let me just tackle that one little question there that Dub had that Marky couldn't answer. Then I want to comment to something on what Cash was saying earlier. Thank you. Yes, Dub, you're right. And the Father said that himself. No man can lay eyes on him because they will die. Yes. So Yahweh means his backward parts, right? That's what the Father.
It means his.
Listen to me. Listen.
Hold on, real quick. It means
no. You need to listen. That's how you're going to learn.
That's what he's telling you, Dub. Listen.
Well, hold on. When you say I need clarity. I can ask for clarity.
It's coming, brother. If you
when
just
you
listen.
say his backward parts, what are you?
Yes,
what are you speaking on? His ass?
That sounds crazy.
What are you speaking on? The backward parts. Hello?
Steph? Don't get frustrated, Steph. Go ahead. I'll go on mute.
I'm on mute too.
Man, we gotta get back to the topic, man. This shit getting out of order.
Steph, are you there?
I don't know. I think Steph got frustrated, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I've ever heard that Yahweh meaning the backwards part, but I hear what you're saying, Dub. Like when they talk about the story, yeah, that sounded crazy. But when they talk about Sodom and Gomorrah, it literally says in the text, if you turn around and look, you will turn to salt. Like your entire body will just turn to salt and disintegrate because God was sending his angels of death, and there's some that even say that he was there destroying Sodom and Gomorrah. So that is something that's real.
I got an explanation for that as well, Marky. We're gonna get to that, but Steph, are you back in the building?
Yeah, I'm back. I'm not bad, man. I don't know, man. My Bluetooth keeps interrupting, man. It knocks the sound. Like I'm like, here, you guys.
Hold on, real quick. We gotta bring my brother DJ Black Chong is in the building, straight out of Atlanta, man. And I believe my brother is around the corner from my father. I say that respectfully. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my brother DJ in the building. Black Chong, man. Give me your opening statement. You done heard, hey, we all out of order tonight. We all out of order. And we got another video we gotta play as far as this goes.
I see.
Give me your opening statements, brother. Give me your opening statement.
Oh man, I just want to say peace to the panel, peace to the chat, man. I mean, you know, I only gonna hop in on the conversation, but I would say, you know, as long as I've been knowing Dub, and it's been like about 5 years now, man.
Yeah,
you know,
man.
you have to, you got to speak plain. So when you say like licking his ass, I'm like, let me hop on, man, because these people won't get frustrated. Yeah, man, the backside. He seen the backside of glory. He never saw God's face.
Break that down. Break that down. The backside. Break that down.
Yeah, behind them, like, you know, like if you turn around, like, you know, like you turn around, you just see behind somebody.
So when God pulled up, God didn't look at it. God just looked the other way and said, "Hey," he just looked the other way.
Yeah, he was turned up. Yeah, because no man seen God's face and was able to tell about it.
Still a lie.
Okay, no, you're right.
Okay,
face.
So I mean, I guess we weren't there, so we can't.
You're right.
So we can't tell if it's the truth or not.
You're right.
Wait, what?
As far as
but
God,
on plainly to make it.
Go ahead, DJ. I'm
I was just about to say, to make it plain. Yeah, he only saw the backside of glory. You know what I'm saying? To make it plain, you know, which. I know, you know, like some people probably feel like, you know, like he should have saw God's face if they were that close together and all that other stuff, you know. But I guess that's neither here or there. What shoulda, coulda, woulda happened. You know what I'm saying? The whole point is that he came down that mountain with some order for them Israelites, you know, because they was out of order. They was practicing the ways of the Egyptians. You know what I'm saying? They was making all kind of for example, they was making
Jesus learned from the Egyptians.
Well, what I mean by that, as far as they praise and worship, not the science, mathematics, and you know the ways to fish and agriculture and all that stuff. Not that stuff. You know what I'm saying? But ways to worship and stuff like that, and who to pray to, because you got to know your spirituality, your spiritual side as opposed to your scientific side. Two different things. You know what I'm saying? So the sciences that Jesus learned is different from the spiritual essence of Jesus. You know what I'm saying? The same way with Moses and anybody else. You know what I'm saying? Like what I mean by science is 1 + 1 is 2. You know, put a seed in the ground, put some water on it, a fire, something gonna grow. You know, that's different from what you pray and worship to. You know what I'm saying? So those people from those Israelites, the Hebrew, well, they weren't even Israelites yet. The Hebrews, they was practicing the ways of the Egyptians. You know what I'm saying? And God told them not to do that. You know, don't be like that. You know, and they was already.
The craziest thing is the ways of the Egyptians are the ways of the Sumerians, are the ways of the Mayans, the Incans, the Aztecs.
Well, not quite, not quite, because those ways were they were polytheists. They had many gods. You know what I'm saying? So the Hebrew were told to have one God. Thou shouldn't have no other God before me. So when you look at the ways of like many of those ancient people, they had a god of water, the god of land, god of
polytheistic. So let me ask this question. So even with them having the multiple gods, right, being polytheistic, and we done seen this around the world as far as polytheism goes. The individual, right? What y'all would say is Yahweh,
Yahuwah.
I done heard whatever you want to call that individual, the one who claimed the Hebrew, the Hebrews, the one who claimed the Hebrew as his people, right? Claimed them as his people. Who was that individual? Who was that individual? And my second question would be, was he more powerful than those other gods that he was saying not to worship? Was he more powerful than them?
Because the Bible said calls him omniscient, omnipotent. He's the God of all. You know, those other gods. So how the Bible puts it, you got God with a capital G, which is the one. If you're into the Abrahamic faith, is the God overall, and then you have the God with the small G, which is stuff like the sun, the cold, the water, you know, just things that people make God turn into a Godhead, a toilet stool, if you will. You know what I'm saying? Those are, you know, those gods right there. Those things right there is very minute to the big God, to the great, to the most, as we say in the Bible, the Most High.
The Most High.
You know,
So
the Most High God.
Now, I want to ask this next question, because now this goes back, because once again, Abrahamic speaking, right? And I know y'all get tired of me saying this, but
that's how you're supposed to say it.
Abrahamically speak, we know where Abraham came from, right? We know that he came from Ur the Chaldeans, correct? Which is Sumerian.
Right.
We would all, would anybody disagree on that?
Nah, that's that. I mean, and then he went on his journey, right?
So he was teaching, right, what he learned. Would y'all disagree with that piece of it?
Well, I agree with that to an extent, because he learned other things. He learned other things on the way. So if you read the story of if you read the little Abraham journey or whatever, you know, you'll start to see little different things he was learning along the way. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people say he learned from Melchizedek, you know what I'm saying? Which also some people say he's come from Sumerian, you know what I'm saying? But as you see that journey, you know what I'm saying? Especially the journey when you know, as far as how he know, man, I don't want to be out of my Christian space right now, but
go ahead.
But when he learned how to when he learned how to be a player, you know what I'm saying? And some folks say that was fucked up. You know what I'm saying? When he told those guards that wasn't his wife, that was his sister, because he knew, he was like, if I tell them you my wife, they gonna kill me. If I tell them you my sister, they gonna let me live. You know what I'm saying? He learned how to kick game. So there's a few things he learned on his way. You know what I'm saying? You know.
But my whole thing is this, and then I want to pass it back around, and we got at least one more video, y'all. Hey, these be the best shows that we could ever have. These be the best shows. But I got one more video we gotta play as far as the pyramids go. But so now, for you to say Abraham, hey, he player now, you know what I'm saying? Even with that being said, even with that, right? He came and learned from the school system, the teachings of the Sumerians. We would agree on that, would we not?
I think the majority of the world did, because they already had things in place.
We only talking about Abraham.
I would say Abraham did, because that was the way of the world then. You know what I'm saying? And we talking about so all those people, they had a different way to write and tell time and stuff like that. So how we know how to do true math and true science, that starts with in the Babylonian time. When you talk about the mind of Sumerian, they eons, thousands of years before the Babylonians, you know.
That start with even Kemet understood math and science, and they understood it just like the Sumerians did, just like all these civilizations understood that.
Well, when you look up base 60, that's why I put that in the chat. When you look up base 60 is, you know, like 60 seconds, 60 minutes, you know, so on and so forth. That's that type of science or math starts with the Babylonians. They come up with that. They created that
The
concept.
Babylonians, they never created nothing. The
Yes,
Babylonians
they
was
did.
such a new. They was such a new. They're closer
You
to
have to.
our
You have
time
to.
than anything else.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, this is
That's
documented. It's documented. You could look this up. What I'm saying. Yeah, anybody can look it up. What I'm saying about the basics. It starts with Babylonian or basic science, if you will. Starts with Babylonian. Starts in Babylon. So anybody can look this up. What I'm saying is prove me wrong. But I'm kicking little facts.
I'm gonna just tell you the truth. You out of order.
Cap right now.
Ain't no way
He said,
that
"Cap,
the
pull it up."
Babylonians. Hold on, ain't no way the
Pull it up.
Babylonians came up with anything.
Pull it up.
Well,
They
you
too young
can't
of a.
say
They
they
too.
ain't
Hold on,
came
hold
up
on.
with any. You can't say that.
When I say anything, I don't mean anything. I mean as far as
He
science,
talking about the
technology.
beginning stuff. Yeah. You think they stole it? You thought they was a bunch of thieves?
There were too many civilizations before them that already
Yeah.
understood these things before the Babylonians even existed.
I understand. I understand that too, Doug. Because I'm like, ain't no way in the hell they created. They come up with plant the seed, put a seed under the dirt, put water on it, and this gonna grow. I understand what you're saying, but when you look up, so a lot of the people was looking at using things like the sundial. You know what I'm saying? But the Babylonians put that second hand on there. You know what I'm saying? So you can keep up with it in that type of way.
All right, maybe they created something different with time. Maybe I don't know. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't did a lot of research into the Babylonians, so don't get me to lying about that. I don't want to lie about it. All I'm saying is, I'm just being honest.
Mhm.
All I'm saying, the reason I ain't worried about the damn Babylonians is because it was individuals who had knowledge way before them, before them. They're I ain't gonna say relatively new, but in comparison to in comparison, they're babies, and so these folks already had this information. How did they get it, and where did they get it from? And this is what we're speaking on, and this is why I think the conversation being had tonight, and I say this respectfully. Y'all out of order. Y'all out of order.
I know what you're talking about, though. I know what you're talking about, Dub. As far as people knowing to use animal skin for clothing, to stay warm in the cold, and even making homes.
Man, before Babylon, the damn pyramids had already been built before Babylon, and pyramids have been built in multiple parts of the world on the 30th parallel, mind you. Way before Babylon, way before them.
Well, which specific type of science are you talking about that Babylon invented?
Basic science. Google it.
I'm not saying Babylon. Maybe the hand. I mean, maybe the hand clock on the
Yeah,
damn.
Google it.
Maybe that, but I ain't giving Babylon no damn credit. I ain't giving them credit for shit. Respect.
I know a lot of people don't because history say the Babylonians are evil. They're a bunch of thieves. This, that, and the third. You know what I'm saying? As far as I put it like this: the Abrahamic faith history.
They were their slaves.
Man, they listen. The only problem, and I say it respectfully, it ain't about giving them no type of credit or taking credit away. The problem is they shouldn't even be in this discussion. The reason they shouldn't be in the discussion is because they're too young to be in the discussion that we're having right now. They're too young.
Let me say this.
Yeah, I have a hard time believing that. Yeah.
Go ahead, Cash.
I'm about to pull it up.
Go ahead, Cash.
So when you say basic science,
hold on.
You talking about
you
for
out of
any
order,
subject?
Man. You out of order, man.
Damn, Dub,
I just kicked it to Cash. I'm coming to you next.
Okay,
That's
my
fine.
bad. Go ahead,
fine.
Cash. I apologize.
Damn, bro. Like I'm trying to keep it so good. Go ahead, Cash.
All right, man. Ignorance is bliss, man. Look, you're more comfortable if you don't know something. It seems like it's why you guys refuse to go read these damn stories and these motherfucking tablets that came way before anything y'all is talking about, man. So you got these parallels that y'all would know about if you read both these stories or if you were aware of both the stories. You got the Anunnaki in the Sumerian tablets, you got the Elohim in Genesis. Both were seen as powerful rulers of earth who intervened with human affairs. Both are described in plural, hinting at it's a group rather than a single god.
And Elohim
Okay, and
definitely
both-
definitely
man.
means
We're
multi,
talking
or it
three
means
minutes.
God.
Hold on,
plural.
Dub.
Damn.
Get this off.
Go ahead.
Both
It's all right.
I just wanted I wanted to break down Elohim,
It's
but
pretty
go ahead.
obvious that both were extraterrestrials rather than super whatever you guys want to think, man. It's like you guys need to read.
Elijah tell you.
You guys
that.
need to read these stories where your story came from. That way you can compare it. That way you're not just, I call it blindly going one way instead of getting all the information. That way you can, man, come up with your own. What you gotta go to whatever makes the most sense. Shit, this shit is crazy, man.
Cash, you mean cash.
And real quick, this is why y'all got to go back and watch the show. We had two great shows last Tuesday, last Saturday. These past and normally I don't even go live on Saturdays, but we had to finish the show. I was gonna finish it tonight. I should have did it that way, but y'all got to go back and watch it because we break down all of this, and in what we're listening to, the brother literally goes into the story of one of the most ancient individuals, Noah. He goes into it, shows how correct me if I'm wrong, Cash. You know I'm always gonna say names wrong. Zarathustra, but goes into the Adrahedra. Is it Adrahedra?
Adrahasif.
Thank you. Goes into that, breaks down how utilizing the same names, Shem, Japheth, and Ham. You know what I'm saying? Me and Cash, we disagree a little bit there, but utilizing those same names, I'm saying we putting the information up on the damn screen and everything. Y'all got to go back and catch these shows, man. Y'all out of order.
Yeah, I'm out of order because I misspoke. They didn't create science and math. They developed a practical knowledge and techniques rather than create.
As far as Babylon goes?
Yeah, as far as Babylon goes. So I was out of order saying using the word create, but they developed practical knowledge and techniques as far as to get to your conclusions and stuff like that.
I understand where you're coming from. I still may disagree a tad bit, but I understand exactly what you're saying. I do understand it. Cash, go ahead, and then I got to play this next video because we got to get to.
Wait.
Oh, go ahead, Steph. Go ahead.
Cash, you mean the rock that you're standing on? You're saying I should be looking specifically into the Samaritans, and I think just using one, you said Anunnaki or something like that.
Although
right?
I'm gonna say this, bro, I respect that you got a religion.
No. Dude, I don't care about that. No. Cash, I don't care about that.
I'm just saying this real quick. This is gonna take 10 seconds. I respect people's religions, but when there's evidence out there that kind of crumbles that religion, or there's evidence out there that kills all these stories, or that shows these stories came from way earlier times, and I hear you give me some generic answer like God said that it began whenever. Like, man, come on, man. That shit's cap, man. That's cap. When I can point to some Sumerian kings lists that they date this shit exactly. Like, and it's on this king's list over here, and it's on that king's list way over there, and it's on that king's list way over there. So I mean, that's why I look at it. I just got a whole different view than you do, bro. I'm open-minded.
Right. You're
looking at this thing in a box where even if you've seen some evidence that pointing to the contrary of what you believe, you wouldn't even accept it. You'll find a way to, I don't know. It don't make no sense to me.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Cash. I missed all that, man. On Bluetooth was fucking up.
Oh Lord.
But look. I wasn't asking about what I thought you were getting into, man. I don't care about any of that. You're not offending me. This conversation is not offending me, not one bit.
No, it ain't about
No, Doug, let me talk, man.
My bad.
I'm not worried about any of that. I just asked you a specific question, brother. And I don't know if you answered it now because my Bluetooth went off. You were just saying specifically to look at the Samaritans, and I can't even remember the other one. No,
it's not. Hold on. Let me.
No, dude.
Hold on,
I'm just asking for a little information. That's all I'm asking for, man. I'm not asking for the whole A to B.
I got you. What's being said right now is it's not just look at the Sumerians, anything like that. It's that look at all these civilizations, whether it's the Sumerians, and as I broke it down multiple times already, but the Sumerians, the Kemet, the Incans, the Mayans, the Aztec, the Dogon.
Right.
Look at these different tribes, right? Listen to their stories. Listen to what they say, what they were believing in at that current moment in time. Some of the oldest civilizations that's known to man, some of the most ancient civilizations. Listen, and even when it comes to like we did the show the previous two times, last Tuesday and Saturday, look at Ebla, right? Ebla, look at these megalithic sites that we've come to find were cities at one point in time in history under and look at what they were talking about. Look at their king's list and how it compares to the king's list in Sumeria and how it compares to the king list in Kemet. Like you got to look at all these things and just hold on real quick. All I'm saying is that it's not about what's right. It's about the knowledge. It's about the knowledge that was given in these situations, and these being the oldest civilizations known to mankind. We don't have we don't have civilizations older, and so whatever they were speaking on, and then when we can see that their kings list end up matching up, the information that they were passing on end up matching up. That's all I'm saying.
So can I say this right quick, and then I'm gonna go back to the chat.
Go ahead.
All right, I just want to say this one little thing. Well, of course, because I'm into the Bible like my other brother. You know what I'm saying? I'm really, you know what I'm saying, as far as my faith, goes.
I did Bible readings as a child, man. I know the Bible. I know the Bible.
So as far as what you saying, Dub, so like in the book of Genesis 1:26-27, how they say he created man and woman in image and stuff, and then you skip over to Cain and Abel. Cain slew Abel, and Cain was cast out. But then you see a part in there that's very specific, as far as he said, they may kill me. You know what I'm saying? And God put a dot on his head so the people would know. You know, so when he sent them out to the city, you know what I'm saying?
There were other individuals already created,
right? And those people, and those people were, they were already people. That's where he found his wife at. But here's another specific when God was giving Adam, according to the Bible, his commandments, is because of the other civilizations was already eating of had already eaten from the tree of good and evil. You know what I'm saying? The tree, they already had partaken in it, those type of things. So that's why he gave Adam specifics on what not to do, on what to do and what not to do. You know, so
but now I would ask you this question. I would ask you this question though. I would ask you this question. An individual, right? And mind you, this is the most. We're speaking on the Most High God in this situation, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So you're telling me that the Most High God, first things first, he don't know that he's gonna tell you not to eat from whatever tree, but he don't know you're gonna eat from that tree. Well, that's hold on. Let me finish. That's nonsense in itself. The second thing. Well, he already know what's going to happen, right? He know everything.
As far as temptation goes,
he knows everything already, correct?
Well, Dub, that's
hold
what
on,
I want.
Man. Hold on. Let me finish.
Yes, that's what they say. Yes.
Okay, thank you. It's a yes or no question. This is what I'm asking. So let me finish, and then I'll let you respond accordingly. So the man knows that you're gonna eat from the tree, even though he tell you not to eat from the tree. Somebody need to change the damn battery in their damn smoke alarm.
Yeah, what
Change
is that?
change your battery, man.
That's
Just
mine.
change
That's
your
mine.
battery.
My bad, man.
Just change the battery. Respectful. I say that. I can't stand
Nah,
smoking
take
runs
that
when they
shit
do
out.
that.
That's
Change
scintillating
the
talk.
damn battery, man. Respectful. But
I gotta put a battery in it. That's why it's doing
that's what
that.
I'm telling you. That's what I'm trying to tell
Hey,
you.
Dub,
Take
drop
that
the
shit
link.
out.
Hold on,
Dub, drop
but
the link. Drop the link to that video so these guys can get the damn get the information. That way they can watch that video and watch the dude who knows all this shit like the back of his hands, and then come back and tell me if you guys can argue against what this dude knows.
You got it. Do you have it? I don't have the link right now. I can look it up, but give me a second. I'll find it. Because if anything, they go back and watch the last 2 episodes. We covered all of this. But so you're telling me that the man who, and I say it respectfully, the individual, the most high individual, the individual who knows everything, he gonna challenge you not to eat from this tree, knowing that you're gonna eat from it anyways, and then punish you for doing it, even though he knew it was gonna happen from the beginning. Which makes
it wasn't a challenge. It was a commandment.
Okay, a commandment, challenge, whatever it was.
Yeah.
You can't. Why would you even do it if you know it's not gonna happen like you're saying it's gonna happen? And this is my whole problem with this whole story. My whole problem is this. Y'all would agree with me. Biblically speaking, God, he's the most merciful, right?
No.
He's most grace.
That's what he's supposed.
Yes.
Yeah, grace
in the
and
New
mercy.
Testament,
Yeah.
that's what he's supposed to be. In the Old Testament, nah, he was brutal.
Well, actually, he
Thank God.
didn't cast Adam from the earth. He only sent him out in the Garden of
Man,
Eden.
the man literally said, y'all go kill all the women, children, and men in this land. He literally
And the Amalekites.
He literally sent individuals to go kill folks. I mean, this is out of order.
Yeah, this is war.
This is out of order. It's out of order. And how can you be the most merciful? How can you hold on? How can you be the most merciful when you done created these people and now you saying go kill?
Because they was evil. They didn't bow down to.
Man, the kids weren't evil. The kids weren't.
But they were going. You raise up a child.
Up in evil. Yeah,
they're gonna be.
And y'all gonna defend
same way.
it.
You bring up a child in Sodom
y'all
and Gomorrah. What you think they're gonna come up to be?
And y'all gonna defend.
Damn sodomite.
This is crazy work.
You got to defend.
Hold on. Let me say.
The Bible defends itself though, but we as readers have to defend it.
The Bible
being
out
questioned.
of order. The Bible out of order.
Let me say. Let me just say something. Adam and Eve, all that stuff. Those are parables. Okay, it's the same way how Jesus talks about the parable of
the killing one parables.
No.
Real,
I'm not saying. I didn't say the killings were parables. But
how you gonna tell individual to kill kids?
I know, right? Come on.
How you gonna tell individual to kill kids?
What you say? Hold on. Okay, ask the question again.
How you gonna tell individual to kill kids?
Because this is a time in the world where it's a very it's tribalistic.
So it's
and
okay
you
to kill kids.
you are the God. Hold on, Dub. Hold on, Dub.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm out of order.
As I just said, this is a tribalistic world, and he gave them a God. He gave them a commandment. You shall serve and worship no other God other than me. And they broke that commandment. So they die. Now, me personally, I don't follow the Old Testament. I just look at the Old Testament, again, like I said earlier, as a documentation of the Jewish people and their history and their relationship with God. When you get to the merciful part, that's when you get to the New Testament, when he sends his son Jesus to save the world, if you believe that type of thing or whatever. Okay?
Right.
Jesus Christ, dog. That's all I wanted to get out.
Man,
you 40 minutes.
You got the Old
he simplified that.
Hold on. You got the Old Testament, the New Testament, Junior Testament, Senior Testament. Man, all this old cap testament, man. All these old cap stories, man. This shit
Which
crazy.
stories is cap?
Hold on. Damn.
Adam and Eve. We ain't come from no two damn people, man.
That's what I just
hold
told you.
on.
It's a
Literally,
parable.
hold on. Literally right now, y'all are defending. I just want y'all to understand what y'all defending. I want y'all to understand this. Y'all are defending killing kids. This
I'm
is
not
what y'all
defending killing kids, Dub. You out of order. I'm
That's
telling
exactly
you
what
that
y'all
this
are
is what
saying.
happened.
When I asked the question, hold on. So
kind of like being a Haney fan. You got to bend in the pretzel.
You out of order, man. You out of order. You out of order. Not you out of order. But hold on. I want to be clear. I want to be clear on that.
I heard you 4 times.
I know y'all done heard me, but I'm gonna ask the question again.
Jesus Christ.
Did the man or okay, go ahead. Shit, fuck
yes.
Y'all get tired of me. Y'all get tired of me.
He ordered them to kill
Drilling
those
down
fucking
on the
kids,
point. Y'all
Dub.
get
Yes,
tired
for
of
the
me.
50th goddamn time. Yes.
And y'all defend this. But so you defending killing kids.
Yes,
No,
but why?
I'm a Catholic. I follow the New Testament. I'm not a Jew.
Yeah,
No,
as far as
that's fine.
I agree with the whole Bible, and I wouldn't say more or less than defending it, but I'm agreeing with what happened, what was going on as far as being tribalistic and the way those people were moving, because those people were moving in that fashion of conquering different tribes and making them bow down and go against the Most High. So that's why those commandments were given in that fashion for them to go in amongst the Amalekites, because the Amalekites made themselves gods. So
how can this be the most loving individual, but then at the same time say go in and kill?
Because it was other people. It was other people in the world, girl.
And this is why I'm trying to tell. And I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. And this is why what I'm trying to tell you is this. This wasn't the most loving individual. This wasn't even the most high. What this was and if you look, and we covered this. If you look at it, what you see is you see the snake and the eagle, right, in different parts of the world, continuously moving, right. What you have is Enlil and Enki from the Sumerian text.
As far as the Anunnaki, yeah.
You have these individuals in competition with one another, and then you have offsprings of them that go ahead and move forward throughout the world and create the different civilizations. The one thing that in my opinion that caught on and end up being named somebody got some feedback, but being named the truth is what Enlil had going on, or excuse me, Enlil. I'm out of order.
You're saying it right, the Anunnaki. I understand what you're saying, but then that would be safe to say that you. Go ahead. I was about to say that would be safe to say that you also coming from a biblical aspect, and when you say the sons of God saw the daughters of men, and they laid with them, you know what I'm saying? So they got to know them. In other words, as far as according to the Bible, because some people say, who were those sons of God that came down and saw the daughters of men, and that's how we end up with this contrast of Anunnaki and the Anunnaki story and mankind.
And my thing is that yes, I think that so overall, I'll say this, sir. I just say it this way. Overall, in my opinion, I think that we were genetically modified for, and I'm just going off the story, right? Genetically modified from the other creatures that had already been inhabiting this earth, the lower levels of individuals, you know what I'm saying? And when we were genetically modified, like you say, you had these other beings that, they came down, and when they made it with the quote unquote lower class, the lower being, that's where you came up with the Nephilim, the giants. Hence the reason you needed the flood, right? Because these individuals these individuals, according to the Bible, were what? Bloodthirsty, right?
They were making themselves gods. Yeah,
exactly. Right. And so all of that. I'm not saying it didn't happen. What I'm trying to say is that biblically speaking, it's still more going on. It's not, and I hate to say it this way, but it ain't no damn. It like the Most High. The Most High, in my personal opinion, I don't think the Most High is actually the Most High. Biblically speaking, I don't think that individual is the Most High. Ain't no way you can tell me you all loving, but you command the individuals to kill. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. If y'all want to, hold on. If y'all want to defend it, hold on. No, I ain't
saying that, man. But why? Why did he ask him to kill him? Why did he ask him to go?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't
yes,
matter.
It does.
See, in your mind, it does.
Hold on. So
hold on. No.
No, because you keep repeating yourself over and over, but you're not saying anything.
In your mind, it matters.
No, it's not my mind. I asked you a question.
Why did he do it?
Yes. Why did he ask him to crusade?
Because supposedly those individuals weren't necessarily abiding by or holding the standard that he has set.
Right.
I'm out of order.
And that's not good enough.
That's a cool answer. I can accept that one.
I'm out of order.
Now, I like that Steph brought up the crusade. Now, when you look at that story, you could also look at it another way. What you say?
Go ahead.
No, when you look at that story of them murdering the other tribes, you could maybe even look at it that way, that these motherfuckers were some liars. You could even say, okay, well, maybe the God of Israel is just goddamn fake, and they just used it as an excuse and a pretext to murder rival tribes the same way they did with the same way the Catholic Church did with the Crusade, where they used that the artifacts of Jesus Christ. They used that as an excuse to conquer Middle Eastern lands and Arab lands. It could have been that, right side. But we just telling you what happened, and we acknowledge what happened. I'm not saying I agree with it. I won't ever agree with
y'all are
murdering
saying,
other
but
children.
y'all are saying that the God that y'all, and I said the God y'all are speaking on is the one who ordered these things.
You know what else the Bible says about the Bible says about that God on the right side? It says that he's a very jealous God.
How can you be jealous if you the Most High?
The right side. These are
that don't even make sense.
I don't disagree with you.
Yes, it do.
Hold on. If I'm the most powerful individual, how can I be jealous of something I create? That's like me being jealous of my son. I can never be jealous of him because I created him. I want the best for him. I'm not going to be jealous about it. What I want for him is the best he can be. I don't.
But you don't want him worshiping no other man as daddy.
Who can't? See, and this is the problem. He would never worship another man as daddy. He would never do that.
Exactly.
The reason he would never do it is because daddy is
you the hedge that protects him from everything. So how you gonna feel? He calling another man daddy. He giving another man.
He would never do it.
He giving another man gifts on Father's Day. But how would you feel, Dub?
See, and do y'all see the extreme y'all have to go through to make this shit make sense to y'all?
What I'm saying, but that's a good question. How would you feel? Because I know I'd be pissed off if my son did shit like that. Boy,
I don't have to worry about how it feels because it'll never happen.
Well, maybe God thought he didn't have to worry about how he feels. Then the nigga created a commandment, and them niggas still went and did it.
And guess what? And get what? God,
as a father, when you lay down that law to your son and he break it, he get the belt, don't he?
Marky, are you? So you telling me that God? So he ain't smart enough. He's supposed to be the all-knowing. So you telling me that he don't understand that being all-knowing, all-powerful, that the individual gonna do what the individual gonna do. He don't understand it.
Well, shit, he gonna make sure they don't do it no more, and he gonna make sure they don't contaminate the rest of the good kids.
Even with free will, does he not know it? That's the question.
I don't believe in
Yeah,
all that.
he knew you from the womb. He knew every hair on your head
So
before you was born.
if he knew it,
What is free will?
and he loved me, then why would he even give me that option to be punished the way that he's gonna punish me?
Well, you mean the temptation? Put the place of temptation in front
why
of you.
Would he even do that?
So because so
I wouldn't do it to my son.
It wasn't he that did it. So now we're in another space right now. So we in the space of Satan or the devil, if you will, not Lucifer. We're talking about Satan.
You can't do it. You can't
Come on,
do
man.
it.
Can we get
You
back to
can't
this
do it
thing,
because
man?
who created Satan and the devil? Who created that individual?
But God.
And when God created him, did he not know what God was gonna do? I mean, did he not know what Satan was gonna do? If he's all knowing, as far as what y'all telling me, if he's all powerful, all knowing, did he not know creating Satan what Satan was gonna do? Did he not know that? This is why it doesn't make sense. None of this makes sense.
Come
on, bro. No, you're fine. Hey, wait, hang on. Black Charm. He's fine. That's fine. Like, no beef with how you're thinking right there, Dub. That's why you should go directly to him and ask him those questions.
Indeed.
Ask him to give you a sign. Ask him to give you that, show you something.
That would be a better answer than mine. Way better answer than mine.
How could I go to him when
you're Jehovah's Witness? You're a Jehovah's Witness. You know these things.
No, I'm not a Jehovah's Witness at all. I'm not.
Well, you said
my grandma.
So why did you say that earlier? Well, hang on.
No,
why
my grandmother. I said I came up in.
Then you know exactly what I'm talking about. Then
you out of order.
Right.
So if you come up on the Jehovah's Witness, you definitely know to seek ye the kingdom.
You know what I'm talking
about. And this is why I argue the way I argue, because I done read the Bible. I did Bible reading.
But so Dub, do you want God to make us into like slaves that we don't have any freedom to do what we want, or excuse me, to have that will to choose?
If in my personal opinion,
do you want us to just be like slaves tied to a tree?
I'll tell you exactly what I want. I want for y'all to realize that the God that y'all are speaking on isn't the Most High God. The Most High God. Hold on. Let me finish. The Most High God is an individual who says, "I don't want no dealings. I'm creating, and we're gonna have balance. You got good, you got bad, and how things interact with each other. That's how things happen." That's what I want y'all to realize. Stop with the whole, God.
That's what we doing.
Judge it. No. Real quick. God judging us. No. Individual of this significant power has no reason to be jealous of anyone. It doesn't even make sense. All I'm saying is some of the stuff that's being said right now is out of order, and I know y'all want to. I ain't got no problem with anybody's belief. I have no problem with it. What I'm trying to tell you is over here, and we got to play this next video.
Right.
But
yeah, I want to see what y'all got
over here, man. All we trying to do is get to the truth as far as what happened on this earth, how we end up here, what was before us, what the most ancient history is. This is what we're trying to get to. And we are going down this path as far as God goes. I say it respectfully. It doesn't make sense.
So the sense is this right here, Doug. The sense is this right here, Doug. You use the word in your brief soliloquy. You use the word balance, right? So when somebody is out of balance or out of order, as you say on this show, when you're out of order and you only implement bad, then those humans have to meet the other humans that's going handle this imbalance. You know, like these people are so bad, we have to wipe them. We got to wipe them out. You know what I'm saying? Now, to other people, they're like, man, why y'all wiping those people out? Because those people are only implementing bad. They're not implementing no good. They aren't allowing the other human being or other parts of mankind to enjoy the flourishing of the earth. They take control of it.
It still wouldn't make sense because the same person who created those individuals was the individual who was saying, I want balance and all this kind of stuff. he understood what was going to happen before everything. So it doesn't make none of it makes sense. If
Dub, you're trying to make him a spectator. All right, but you can't do that. A, and then B. Look, that's not what. Listen. Like, I have no beef with what you're saying, man. But that's not to say that Father God can't change the situation, man.
Indeed.
Well, Dub, let me just say this before you play the video.
I mean, whatever. But hey, play that vid though. Play this video.
No, real quick. Go ahead, Marky.
Yeah, real quick before you play the video. I don't disagree with anything you say. I think the Old Testament, I look at it, I said in the chat, I look at it pretty much like the way of barbarians. They were just roaming around after they left Egypt, and they were conquering and killing and slaughtering. That's what now my thing is, I don't follow that. I don't use that in my daily life. I go to the part where that guy named Jesus comes around, and he said it himself. He came to do away with the old. Okay, he didn't teach you that when your enemy strikes you, you go and you kill their entire tribe. He taught you to turn the other cheek. Okay, right. He didn't teach you to stone prostitutes to death. He taught you he who has not sinned, throw the first stone. So I just want, and not only that, he did away with those 10 commandments. He came with 2 very simple commandments: love God with all your spirit, and love your neighbor like you love yourself. I'm just gonna simply say that, okay? And then those people that were following that old tradition killed him, and then tried to destroy anybody that followed them afterwards. I just want to say that. I don't acknowledge that Old Testament where it talks about God.
I gotta ask the question, Marky.
Amen.
Hold on. I gotta ask the question, Marky. Are you telling me? You're telling me,
video, bro.
And I'm gonna play it, but now you're telling me that God. And I just want you to understand what you're saying. I want y'all to understand what y'all saying. Y'all telling me God sent His Son, right? The one that He only begotten Son, right? The one that He loved. He sent this man to get tortured, to die, and go through nonsense to save individual. That's what we. When hold on. When all he got to do is snap his fingers, because he is the most powerful. He is the omnipotent one. He can just snap his fingers.
That's what they told
everybody.
him to do.
Hold on. Everybody's sin is taken away if you snap his fingers. He got that power according to y'all, but he sins. And I'm just gonna give a quick.
That's what makes it so amazing.
Ain't no damn way I'm sending my son to save none of y'all motherfuckers.
See, that's why you ain't God.
All right. Let's play this video. We'll come back to this conversation.
I'm just telling y'all the truth. All right.
I know you wicked as fuck like me.
And see, because I ain't gonna send my son to save y'all, I'm wicked now. This is crazy work. This is crazy work.
The way you raise your kid, I'm pretty sure, because you my brother, man, and the way you raise your kid, I'm pretty sure you raise your kid just like I would, as far as not in the sense of saving the world, but those around him. If he could be the salt unto those people, if he could get them flavor and show them how to move.
If he can be influence, do it. Don't let them influence you. You influence others. I do raise them.
Right. So that's the love of God right there. You know what I'm saying? That's the love of God. When you raise your child up to be that way, that's the love of God, bro.
Real quick, man. Shout out to my brother Rick. Hey, straight from the sunny side, man. The sunny side is in the building. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my brother Rick Timms in the building, man. Shout out to TNTL in the building. Salute to TNT, man. Much love and respect, family. Much love and respect. Then I want y'all to know. Hey, look. It's no hard feelings or nothing like that. I love this conversation. Y'all know it is what it is. I love having this conversation. So, and I think it's a necessary conversation in the community. I think it's very necessary.
Especially amongst men, right?
Absolutely. Right. Shout out to my brother Zoom first, real quick. Hey, Zoom, I appreciate you. I appreciate how you handled things the other night. Man, hey. You stood up like a man. You know what I'm saying? You ain't attacked nothing like that, but you came up and you did your thing. I got a lot of respect for you, Zoom, like the way you handled things the other night, man. Much love and respect to my brother Zoom. What shall I say? She say,
No. Don't.
Oh, okay. All right, here we go. I want to play this next video. Here we go. Can y'all hear it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, so there has been a lot of surprise and shock and skepticism, all of which is understandable in relationship to the Kaffa project and the claimed findings on the Giza Plateau and the Kaffa Pyramid regarding these substructural engineering components that go deep into the ground and potentially across the Giza Plateau in general.
Real quick, we don't own the rights to this content, man. This is for educational purposes only. YouTube, show me some love, YouTube, respectfully. Show me some love.
I'm gonna go back to the chat, Doug. Appreciate you for letting me up.
Hey, DJ, real quick.
Yes, sir.
You in Atlanta, right?
Yeah.
Not too far from Boulder Crest. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, not too far. I'm in Stone Mountain now, but yeah, at one time I was on Glenwood.
Okay. Hey, hey, like I always say, my dad lived right off of Boulder Crest, so whenever I come to the A, I always gotta go see my pops. We gotta link up one day, bro. We gotta link up.
All right, I'm still waiting on it, man.
I ain't got no problem with it.
Okay, love, bro.
Hey, much love and respect. Shout out to my brother. Hey, and y'all make sure y'all go follow DJ Black Charm, man. He doing a hell of a job over there as well, man. Much love and respect to the brother, man. Much love and respect.
I appreciate you, man. Thank y'all.
All right, here we go.
Like I said, a lot of skepticism, and I was very excited when these claims first came out. That video has since gone extremely viral, even featuring on Joe Rogan. But there's actually been a lot of updates from the team over in Italy. They've now released the 4-hour press conference where they go through all of the details of their findings. You can find the link to that in the description box below. It is currently in Italian, but they are working on getting an English dub version out in the next couple of days. I highly advise all of you go and watch that 4-hour presentation. But if you want to get a kind of too long, didn't read rundown on it, this is what I'm going to give you right now. So just pay attention. And I'm also going to highlight some of the critiques that have been going on and why they may not hold up to scrutiny in the face of the kind of technology that's being deployed here. So there's been a lot of critiques, and I mean a lot of critiques, including coming from the mainstream media and the mainstream academic sector, about direct EM penetration and ground penetrating radar, how there is no ground penetrating radar that can go 2 kilometers into the rock. And that's absolutely right. But that's not what's being claimed by the team. The team is not claiming the SAR technology, which stands for synthetic aperture radar. They're not claiming that SAR is penetrating 2 kilometers of rock. Instead, their method proposes that SAR technology is detecting secondary surface deformations caused by deep mechanical resonance, not direct EM wave reflections, right? So they're picking up on resonances coming from underground structures and measuring that acoustic resonance, that reverberation. It's not penetrating deep into the ground. It's penetrating quite shallow into the ground, which is typical for these systems, picks up on acoustic and reverberatory energy and uses that to model what could be underneath the ground, causing these reverberations. SAR technology already measures surface deformations within millimeter scale precision using interferometric techniques, also known as INSAR. That's how we monitor earthquake zones and volcanic inflation. If there were deep voids beneath the Giza Plateau, which are resonating, the surface could experience these subtle periodic displacements, like detectable energy that would be picked up through the SAR technology, through the phase-sensitive Doppler processing. So SAR doesn't actually need to penetrate the rock directly. It just needs to detect surface effects caused by subsurface resonance, right? So anything that's below ground, that's a large structure, especially, and we're going to get into the reasons why the Giza Plateau might be one of the most interesting places in the entire world to find this type of anomalies and structures. So when they're picking up on these reverberations, it's being caused by structures below ground that are transmitting this reverberatory energy up to the surface. The satellite scans the surface, not the depth, and picks up on the reverberation, which it's able to model. It's able to figure out through very, complex computational algorithms, the model of what exactly is reverberating under the ground. Now, the Giza Plateau specifically.
Real quick, hey, Rick, I want to highlight a shout out to my brother once again from the sunny side. He said, "Hey, right side, where are your videos of our scholars telling these unpopular truths? Any Bobby? I don't want to say the. I don't want to call these brother names. Hemmett,
John Henrik.
Go ahead.
Henrik Clark.
Hey, shout out
Dr.
John
Ben.
Henrik Clark. I do love John Henrik Clark, and I love Dr. Ben. Walter Williams. I'm not real familiar with Walter. John J. Jackson. Naim. Go ahead.
Akbar.
Thank you. Chancellor Williams. Hey, I ain't got those, but hey, Rick, if you got those videos, send them to me. I'll review them and we'll play them. We ain't got no problem around here. If you got that information, and you know we all about information over here. So if you got it, send. Hey, I think you got my information. So I think you got my information. Send the video, man. Send the video, and we'll play it. Here we go.
Wait, real quick.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so it sounds like, white man wants to figure out what other white men already know.
Man, why this got to be about white and black?
Yeah.
It's not.
That's what you just said.
No, it's not.
You literally just said the white man. You literally just
because
said
I mean, there's probably I don't doubt that there's something.
So if I were to play a video, if I play Billy Carson, and he comes up and say some of these same things, would that be better?
Nah, we're not even going there. That's not where I was going.
That's
now you're going
what
there.
you said.
Now you're going there. But what I'm saying is this: there probably is something down there. Yes, I'm sure. Old cities, old, yeah.
Man, let the video play, man. This nigga talking about nothing right now.
You out of order, man.
You can't follow the white man's good book and then talk about the white man. Man, come on with the bullshit, man.
Jewish man, to be specific. Jewish man book.
Man, the Holy Roman Empire with some white crusader motherfuckers, man. That's where all that shit stems from. Like, come on, man.
All right, here we go. We're gonna
finish. But they're it's made up of
I
other
don't
people
want to hear
too.
it, my nigga. I know what I'm talking about.
Well, let him talk though.
Sure.
You don't want to hear it. Let him say what he gonna say though. You ain't
I was just gonna say that black people are within all of that, and I mean the Bible's not white.
No, the Holy Roman Empire destroyed all the black tribes, destroyed all the
yeah. And if I ask you any kind of questions about it, you're not going to say anything.
Oh man,
I know.
Well, somebody that say we intolerant, you pretty intolerant, Cash. I gotta say,
man, I feel bad for y'all, but come on, let's watch the video.
Totally.
Here we go. Let's we're gonna keep the video going.
Unique. Limestone and granite are known for their acoustic and piezoelectric properties. Limestone and granite make up the majority of the Giza Plateau. Now, granite contains high quartz content, which responds to mechanical stress.
And once again, we don't own the rights to this material. This is for educational purposes only. Shout out to YouTube, man. Steph, is that you? You switch it. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
You bring stuff on and remove stuff. There we go. Here we go.
By generating electric fields, which is also known as piezoelectric effects. Piezoelectric naturally induced, naturally created electricity. Resonant voids underground within the Giza Plateau could actually stimulate mechanical stress in these piezoelectric geoenergetic rocks, these piezoelectric materials, limestone and granite, which would create these surface-coupled oscillations through the piezoelectric effect. Now, the pyramid's precise geometry could actually enhance wave reflection and standing wave formation, essentially acting as a mechanical amplifier for deep resonance. Are you still following me? In other words, Giza's geology and construction actually create the ideal conditions for deep mechanical resonance to couple into surface-level oscillations, which can then be picked up by the SAR technology. So this is actually really interesting because low frequency seismic waves and standing resonant waves would survive potentially for kilometers underneath the ground, depending on the geological structure. So if there are deep voids that are in some way geometrically tuned to natural frequencies like Helmholtz resonators, they could sustain coherent resonant oscillations that transfer energy up to the surface. So the surface response could then be detectable as a consistent micro Doppler shift in the SAR technology. Mechanical resonance propagating through dense rock via piezoelectric coupling bypasses a lot of the issues that a lot of the critiques are trying to come up with in regards to attenuation and scattering, which are problems faced by direct EM waves, but not with the Doppler technology being deployed through the SAR surface level scanning. This is all very, very interesting, and I won't pretend to be a technical wizard on a lot of this. I've been doing research, trying to understand the SAR technology, and I'm listening to the experts that are talking about this in relationship to the way in which this is being deployed on the Giza Plateau. It's very unique. It doesn't seem to be what a lot of the critics are assuming it to be, which is just a basic use of ground-penetrating radar and the assumption from the team that GPR can somehow go 2 kilometers underneath the earth and scan buildings with incredible accuracy. That's not the claim that's being made by the team. It's the subsurface acoustic resonance that's being picked up from these deep structures that is then coming up to the surface and being scanned by the SAR system. Okay, I hope you guys are all with me.
Hey, you're on mute if you're talking, bro.
Yeah.
My bad. It's Solo. And I apologize for that. I apologize. But I ain't seen you on the show, but just put your camera on. You ain't got to keep your camera on. You know what I'm saying? But let me make sure you ain't gonna be out of order when you get on the show. I say that respectfully.
Man, you better not be porno peeping Pete, man.
Well, you changed your picture, but I got you changing your picture. You gotta put your camera on for a quick second. You done changed your picture 3 times now. We gonna call you out of order. We gonna call you out of order, right?
No, don't bring him on. Don't bring him on. Don't.
Hold on. No. Hold on. We'll do. Hold on. Watch this. Let me see.
That nigga finna show some balls or something, man.
Put a picture on the screen, like cover the screen.
Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. Hold on.
Let's see what he do.
Let me see how this works out.
I
don't understand. I don't understand the smoke, man. I don't want no smoke. We want to have a good show around here, man. That's it. Nothing crazy. All right, here we go. Let me do that. Let me do this. All right. We're gonna see how this work out. There we go.
Man,
Solo,
you trust a white boy. You trust a white boy that cut his mother.
And he out of order already. He out of order already.
Damn. Wow.
Well, you ain't got to be out of order, man. Come in and be respectful to the damn show, man. We're gonna go ahead and let you go, brother. We're gonna let you go. We don't want to hear you trusting the white. We ain't trying to hear all that shit. I ain't trying to hear that tonight. Let's go back to the video.
Me right now. I know it's a pretty technical and complex thing. I'm trying to get my head around it, but it's not going away. It's not going away. It's not been dismissed automatically right away by these critics. There is a lot more to this than a lot of these people are letting you know about. So SAR measures backscattered electromagnetic waves, not seismic waves, but SAR interferometry, INSAR, that's the abbreviation, INSAR, is already used to detect microscale surface displacements that are caused by earthquakes and tectonic shifts. The Doppler shift SAR detect would come from the surface deformation caused by deep mechanical resonance, not the resonance itself. And Doppler-based SAR is already sensitive enough to detect ground deformation caused by magma chamber inflation, tiny tectonic shifts before earthquakes, and ocean surface currents and even atmospheric pressure waves. So if SAR can detect these subtle mechanical shifts, it's actually plausible that deep resonance-induced surface coupling could register as a Doppler shift. And Doppler-based SAR is sensitive to noise. Yes, a lot of the critics are saying that the Doppler-based SAR is sensitive to noise, picking up artifacts and noise that isn't actually representative of something actionable or real. But consistent periodic signals are far easier to extract from noise using statistical and signal processing techniques. This is where the algorithms come into play, the AI integration, using these new technologies that weren't available in 2022 to do these new studies and analyze data in a completely different way. If the surface oscillations are tied to a resonant frequency, like a consistently repeating oscillation over time, they would stand out against this random noise that tends to be picked up by SAR. And that's what the team are claiming that they are seeing with these images that are now coming out from the new conference, which have got higher fidelity in terms of the scans of the subsurface structures of the Kaffa pyramid. And as you can see on the screen right now, what you're seeing is a pretty pronounced spiraling structure coming down from the base of the pyramid. So obviously this does need to be tested and peer reviewed and cross-referenced with a lot of scientists, but I don't think it's fair to just completely dismiss these findings based on, quite frankly, what seem to be assumptions from critics that these people are deploying a very standard ground penetrating radar GPR system and platform and claiming that that's penetrating deep into the rock. It's not penetrating deep into the rock. That's not what they're trying to claim.
So real quick, as always, we can't just play the video in its entirety. We always got to react to it. How did these, according to him, these pillars that's been found, as far as these lasers and these type of things go, the deep penetrating systems that they have, what's your thoughts on that as far as what's been found so far?
Well, I'm not a scientist, so I can't really speak to, the technology that he's explaining right there. I trust him. I trust his qualifications, and I trust whoever was running it. So, I'm just curious to find out more, because they're saying that, what did you say, 600 meters into the ground that these columns are going?
648 meters.
That's what he said. That's what he said. Now.
Yeah, that's what they're claiming, I guess. So, I mean, this is very interesting, and I don't know why somebody would just summarily dismiss it. I would hope that there's some more investigation.
The funny part about what I just took from what he said is that the people that are against this technology, they're cool with this technology detecting earthquakes and tectonic plate shifting, but they got a problem with it detecting this. Like, that don't even, I mean, all right.
My problem is his mustache. Why the fuck y'all cool with?
You out of order, man. You out of order. You out of order.
Dude, look at his mustache.
We ain't worried about no damn mustache.
Never trust a white
man. Get that here,
man. All right, bro. If you're not gonna add anything educational to it, then
man, just
go on about your business, brother. Go on about your business.
He trolling.
Hold on. Stop.
You're refusing this. I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to talk sense. You're too fucking.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here, bro. I wanted to joke with him, but nah, you just stupid.
We got it. You out of there, brother. Hey, if you never pull up again, it wouldn't hurt my feelings.
Man, I just had a
matter of fact, block that nigga if you see him in the chat.
I ain't trying to. Nah, don't block nobody. We want everybody to have their opinion. But I mean, we having a good, we trying to have a good conversation.
I'd rather listen to y'all debate the Bible for another hour than that
bullshit.
That motherfucker, and of all the shit you could come in, all the crazy shit we've been talking about, you're gonna come into this white man mustache. Why y'all ain't talking about that?
Get the brother out of here, man.
The fuck out of here, bro. I'm sorry.
Nah. You in order. You in order, Marky. You in order with that one, because I don't want no smoke, but. Shit, we trying to have a good conversation around here, man. That's it. Ain't nothing crazy. All right, here we go. Let's finish the video. Let's let it play a little more.
They're not claiming the impossible. And again, the thing about the Giza Plateau is it's geophysically unique in terms of what it's made out of. The materials that it's made out of are unique and extremely important for this type of a study. The combination of resonant granite and limestone and piezoelectric properties, the geometric resonance from the pyramids, and deep voids underneath the plateau that could be acting as essentially Helmholtz resonators, which actually creates the perfect environment for this kind of coupling that they're doing with the Doppler shift and the SAR technology and analyzing the subsurface resonance. It all actually is prime real estate on the Giza Plateau for this exact type of study. And what they're showing to us, what they're confident in, the team is still very confident in this. And like I said, they have now released a 4-hour presentation. It is in Italian right now. You will need to put English subtitles on, which are available. If you go in the little drop-down menu and select English subtitles, you can put English on. They're not brilliant, but you can pretty much read between the lines with the core, claims and what's being shown on screen. that they are very confident in what they're believing to be massive underground structures within the Giza Plateau underneath and connected to these pyramids, including the Kaffa pyramid, with these spiraling structures that are now being shown in higher image fidelity in these new presentations. Most geological settings around the world lack the piezoelectric and geometric properties that are present at Giza. So this effect might be site-specific. There are a lot of places around the world that could still be scanned, but it might be quite site-specific. If confirmed, it would open a whole new field of planetary-scale geophysics and blending seismology and radar physics and material science into a very different approach to archaeology, which is fascinating. So yeah, if beyond these methods, the scientists behind this type of technological integration who's on the team, if they hold up, it's not a minor discovery. It's a pretty paradigm-shifting method in how we understand geophysical coupling and ancient engineering and subsurface imaging. Many of the critiques do kind of fall apart due to the assumptions of the systems and the methods being deployed and assuming conventional geophysics. But Giza's geological materials and its architectural conditions are anything but conventional. This is a very unique site, and they're using very unique methods. So I think we have to look at this in a unique way and not in a conventional methodology way, because that's not what's being deployed to come up with these findings. They still need to fully evidence these findings. How they will get any sort of digging permission, I do not know. I can't imagine that they will be getting any sort of digging permission from the Egyptian government. But more of these scans need to be done. As the technology evolves, maybe we'll get higher image fidelity. But I can't think of anything else other than non-invasive practices that I'm sure that some people are actually already trying to shut down. Because
I gotta say, real quick, when you're saying how can you get more, and first off, I think we would all agree we want more of these scans going on, but to have the digging regulations or abilities, capabilities, whatever you want to call it, to have those type of things approved, and we, like the Egyptian government, they're not giving it out. Why wouldn't they give it out? What is there to be hid in this situation? What are they hiding?
Man, they already
they could just be preserved. They could just be using the excuse that they want to preserve their history. And I mean, shit, like that's the tombs of their fathers, thousands,
but
ancestors,
even with history, Marky, when you dig up ancient sites, what do? You take the things that's discovered in those digs and you send them to museums. That's how you preserve it. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, that's true. But you also got to think about another thing, like the Smithsonian Museum, the museums they got up in Europe. They're taking things from these people's homelands, Dub. Now, I think a lot of time I don't even know if they're competent. So I'm not. I was about to say that. I'm not even gonna say that. So I don't know, but like, yeah,
All of Egypt
if
and
it's a
London.
ownership issue and they have an issue with them digging, I mean, I think some money will probably figure this issue out. I'm gonna just be honest.
But the thing is even if that's the case, my thing is before we even get to the money and before we get to all of that, what's the problem with going and trying to find these things, digging to find these things?
Yeah,
what's the problem with that?
I can't give you an answer on that because if they find anything, I mean, I would hope. I don't know. But the procedure I would have in place is, as the Egyptian authority, is nigga, you got to bring that shit to us first, and then we'll decide. Okay, this is its value, and if you want to take an artifact from our land and put it on display in your foreign museum, okay, you got to pay for it. But I can't give you an answer. That's weird. Why wouldn't they want it to? Why wouldn't they want them to keep investigating?
It's crazy work.
It destroys their narrative, man. They already got a bullshit slave built these pyramids. Well, cool. Okay, you want to go with that? Well, then who the fuck built this shit that's 4 times larger than these pyramids that's underneath the ground? And then more time go by, you're gonna end up. What's gonna come to light is that all these this big ass city that's under the goddamn Giza Plateau, and these tunnel systems that stretch all over Egypt, and you know what I mean. So there's a whole lot of shit to explain that really, really, really fucks up their timetable, man.
Anything you got, Steph?
Nah, man, I just had a brain fart. Oh, keep it going.
All right, we're gonna keep we'll keep the video moving. We'll move it forward.
This is really interesting.
This is true. The
This conversation tonight,
in our
everything.
video are just so massive. So I wanted to go through just kind of these critiques about the conventional system of SAR technology versus the unconventional way it's being deployed and the unconventional geophysical properties of Giza itself. We have to look at this as a relatively unique event. I have critiques over the way that this has been released. Just because my video somehow managed to get the most traction, it's not like I just pulled this information out of the ether. It was floating around on X. And again, if you're not plugged into X, you're going to miss a lot of things, because I've been putting updates on there every single day that I'm finding anything out, adding it to the pile. So if you're not on X, you are going to be missing out on some of the fast coming information until I put it into a video format like this. This is now.
Well, he out of order because I ain't on X like that. I don't follow him.
He's trying to plug his X.
Hey, you gotta.
That's a business dub, right side.
I ain't mad at him. I was gonna say I ain't mad at him. I would do the same thing. So here we go. But he is out of order.
Essentially delayed information. But yeah, there's been a 4-hour release of the technical conference going into extreme detail. They've released higher fidelity images. They're still very confident in their claims. There have been, I would say, fair rebuttals to these critiques about the conventional SAR technology and assumptions on people's part about the way in which it's being deployed. Now, I'm not an expert, so my first video probably had some errors in the way in which I was breaking it down, because I'm just learning about it here. But I've started to do more work and more research, and I'm being told by experts, a lot more specific technical information about how exactly this is working. And I'm going to be speaking to people that are close to the team.
Y'all make sure I go follow this brother right here if you want the information. You know what I'm saying? Y'all go follow him. This is in Project Unity. You know what I'm saying? Y'all make sure y'all go follow them if you want more information on it that we're not gonna always present over here, but we're gonna do our best to cover it accordingly. Here we go.
You said Project Unity?
Project Unity, yes.
Gotcha.
I'm trying to secure an interview with one of the actual lead scientists, but I am going to be speaking to people close to the team who are out there in Giza. They're underneath the plateau. They've got amazing videos of them underneath the plateau. Trevor Grassi, he's a very interesting guy, so we're going to be speaking to him pretty soon to kind of get an idea of what the team's been doing out there for the past few years and how they've come to these findings. But again, I would really urge people to, not blindly just believe it, definitely not just blindly believe it, but don't just dismiss this on the basis of it coming out in the way it's come out. Like I said, I do have issues with the way it just kind of circulated through a few small researchers, and then it propagated out, and I picked it up, and then that kind of exploded.
And once again, this is his opinion. So I just want y'all to understand this is his opinion on what we're talking about.
Right.
A lot of people are coming to me and asking me, very specific questions. And it's like, I'm not associated with the team. I just caught wind of the information, dug into it a little bit, found out that there had been a conference, saw some images of the conference, and saw that these, 3D graphics were on the presentation. I looked up the scientists behind the team, and they're real. So at the very least, at that point when I made that video, it was like, okay, the people are real. That checks out. The conference did happen, seeing images of it, and they're making these claims. So I'm going to have to make a video on this. This is just too extraordinary, right? And there's just been more data and more information as we've gone forward. But the way in which it was released was a bit strange. I will say this, though. When very controversial findings come out about a place like, Giza and the pyramid complex, the historical narrative around this in terms of the conventional archaeological circles, the conventional historical circles, it's pretty much settled, right? All of the other theories are fringe theories, whether it's, aliens building the pyramids, or just the idea that perhaps there was a civilization before the pre-dynastic Egyptians that was responsible, and maybe these pyramids are older. Both of these are dismissed basically at the same level of dismissal from the wider mainstream academic community, with a very established kind of status quo and dogma when it comes to these narratives about Egypt. So you have to consider the fact that these ideas, and even like kind of permission, like, hey, I want to go and do XYZ with a space-based system to go and scan for underground cities, because I think that maybe this could actually be a location of a lost hall of records. A lot of the scientists would just go, absolutely not. Are you crazy? Like, that's not underneath the pyramid. What are you talking about? So you have to understand that these bold ideas, these fringe ideas will come through the fringe. I'm not just going to sit here and defend these people because they definitely need to fully evidence their claims and make it irrefutable. How they do.
It's a good point.
Hey, you're on mute again, Doug.
What he just said is so important.
Yeah.
What he literally said is that even though I'm gonna cover this, no, they had hey, we need to make sure even with these individuals that's claiming these things, the scientific or the scientists, the different individuals that's claiming this, we need to, regardless of what we believe, we need to hold them accountable. We need more information on it, right? And I think I think that's a brilliant point to bring out. Just not to just believe it, but to say that okay, this is your theory, this is what you were thinking on. Provide evidence and prove that what you're speaking on, what you're thinking about, is accurate. What it's relevant. Provide that information as well. What's your thoughts?
Love it.
Nice. You got it.
You couldn't said it better there, Dub. He makes a good point. Yeah, he's validating the accountability there. So I agree. And, you know, the more new information that steadily comes out about this, this guy in particular will release it, hopefully. So when this kind of stuff is on my mind, yeah, I'll tune into them, see what they got. Because that is interesting, that there's new technology out there that... What's funny is we call it new technology, but you know they've probably been working with it, and
it may not be as new as we think it is. Huh?
Right. They may be working with it and implementing things over these last 2 and 3, 4 years, and this is what they come up with now, like their final thesis here. So
well, I'm gonna just say,
not final.
As far as technology goes, just think of this. Just think of this now. If it's taking them, and like you just said, he's saying new technology, you brought up 3-4 years, right? Well,
right, because they've been doing the work.
But imagine what these individuals had to be able to build some of these things the way that they built them on a specific parallel, to align with specific star systems, to be, and I say it respectfully, to be built according to the speed of light, the diameter of the world. You know what I'm saying? Just think about if he's talking about this is the technology we coming up with, but these individuals who built this stuff had all this information to do and build the way that they did on. In my opinion, just a few things. It's probably more things that they even were aligning and shaping these structures off of. I think it's probably way more than just what we're thinking of. Imagine them.
Wait, hold up, Dub.
Go ahead.
Are you saying that they built something like according to something?
Yes.
Wow.
Have you ever? So I ask you. Even and we'll keep it with the Egyptian pyramids, but have you heard of how they're aligned with the Orion constellation? Have you heard that?
I've heard of things like that.
Have you heard of how the structures are built as far as the dimensions go? They meet the speed of light. Yeah, for sure. Have you heard that these same structures once again? And when I break this down, all I'm saying is clearly these individuals had a higher level of understanding than what we even have today. But have you heard how the pyramids, the building and the structure, or they fit the dimensions? Or I don't know when I say dimensions, I don't want to use the wrong terminology.
I hear you.
But the dimensions of the earth, the have you heard that?
Yes.
So
yes.
All I'm saying in general is that these individuals, they had some type of knowledge building these structures, and I mean to do exactly what they did. Yeah, so go ahead, Cash. I'm
gonna say this about the pyramids. That's all fine, and that's all cool. But what we're talking about is what's underneath these motherfucking pyramids. And if people would just read some books and read some fucking history, you would know about Herodotus, who spoke about the cities up under the Giza Plateau, who wrote and documented about the Lost Labyrinth of Giza, and who wrote about how fucking amazing this place is and how it makes the pyramids look like some child's play. What's up under the goddamn ground is what Herodotus said was the most amazing part of Egypt. Like, this shit has been documented 400 something BC. So this ain't no goddamn.
I believe Thoth said something very similar.
What?
I believe Thoth said something very similar.
Okay, but people don't want to believe in Thoth. So,
okay,
Herodotus is documented, and you know what I mean, in our times. His books have went on, so we can go and read these motherfuckers. Since people want to act like all the Thoth shit is bullshit. Okay, let's since Thoth, you want to scratch what Thoth said, let's talk about what Herodotus said in his Histories, Book 2, 148. Like, it's right there. It's right there to be read. So this shit's not theory. This shit ain't no goddamn theories. People it's been documented what's up under there. And now we're getting some proof of it. So shit.
It's incredible.
It's an amazing time to be alive.
Here we go. Real quick, Marky, you got anything on it, Marky?
No, just listening.
All right, here we go. Steph, you got anything on it?
Yeah, I was listening. I was worried.
All right, here we go.
Do that? I don't know. That's up to them. They're the ones that are in control of this project. They're the ones that are deploying these methods to try and understand what's happening. But I would just caution people away from a knee-jerk reaction to things like, corny graphics on conventions and presentations and stuff like that. First of all, not in control of who makes the graphics for these conferences, but also these conferences, I've been to places like this, it's kind of like Contact in the Desert. When you go and talk about UFOs on stage, there's a lot of wacky characters, there's a lot of weird stuff. But if you appreciate my research in the UFO field, then you'll know that when I'm standing on that stage, I'm not going to be the same as someone who's just trying to sell a fake story, right? So there are differences, even if it's in the same kind of operating arena. You have your grifters and you have people that are really trying to find actual information and answers, and sometimes they operate in the same space. And these guys are having to operate in this space because the mainstream wouldn't accommodate for them, right?
And this is the space we operating in. Real quick, Cash. My sister, she said the same, and you're gonna say it better than I ever will. Say it for me. The same Herodotus. That pretty much verified Yeshua, or I said that wrong.
Yeshua. She's trying to spell Yeshua, I think. I never said Yeshua wasn't a real person. I'm just saying that he wasn't what you guys. He's not. He didn't. His story is not what's in the Bible. That's he lived. I believe he lived, but I mean, they just turned it into some book to get y'all to follow it. It is what it is.
Who would you say he was then? And when I say who he was, not saying the stories and anything like that. Do you believe that
Jesus' life is very documented?
Hold on, real quick.
Yahuwah.
I got you. I'm gonna let both of y'all. We can all cook on it, but I want to hear Cash's opinion on this. Who would you say that? And I'm gonna just say Yahshua in this situation, because I always tell you, I can't say.
We speak in English. You could say Jesus. I don't know why we got to make this into like a
Jesus, Yahshua. Okay, well, really all right. All I'm asking is who do you think that brother was, Cash? And then I'll pass it around real quick.
Whatever you want to call him. I never read the whole Bible, so I can't even speak to about the Bible's documentation. But I have read certain scrolls that are another piece of what I would say, this book that you got, that they took out this book that talk about he never was crucified, and a whole bunch of other shit that they want y'all to believe. I mean, this dude, as far as I'm concerned, he lived the early part of his life when he came up, when you guys can't account for it, he was in Egypt learning from the Egyptian mystery schools and shit. And that's where they said that he learned where he studied reincarnation and shit like that. And I mean, it is what it is. Believe what you want. Shit.
Yeah. I ain't too sure where you read some of that stuff, but I think it's a known fact that he was crucified. It's even documented in I'm gonna find you the name of the historian, but he was around even back then, and he and in his bibliography, whatever you call it, he mentions it.
Bibliography.
Yeah, he mentions it, and it's just it's literally just a passing note. He says that when he was passing through Jerusalem, the prophet, like you said, Yeshua, was crucified. Not only that, his disciples under him, Peter, his death is very well documented. He was crucified upside down in Rome because he refused to renounce Christianity, and he refused to say that the things that he was taught were fake. So I just think, and like you said, Cash, you agree that Jesus was a real person. So I don't think
it's the
there's
gospel.
really any doubt to his historicity.
I'm about to tell you right now, it's the gospel of Barnabas. That's what I just pulled it up. I had to pull it up because I don't remember. I read this shit a long time. I read bits and pieces of certain things when I learned about the Dead Sea Scrolls and all. I read bits and pieces, but I've read that he was not crucified, and that the early Christians, like the first century Christians, they say he wasn't. According to them, he wasn't. So it's crazy that they changed this whole book and they rewrote it after they done went and killed half the fucking population and forced this goddamn religion down everyone's throat. Then they rewrite the damn shit. And here, now you guys, we want y'all to follow this. That's what I look at. They keep going back and forth.
I will give you the early Catholics, and it's even, and I agree, it's well documented. The Romans took out certain parts of the Bible that have been lost to history. That's actually a well-known fact.
I think it's more along the lines of before the Holy Roman Empire is the ones that really they changed everything and made it what it is.
I mean, they in certain ways had to condition it for white people.
Hold on, bro. The early Romans, they didn't believe in God or Jesus. They believed in Jupiter, Venus, Saturn, the planets. Those were their gods. So
they were pagans.
They switched it all up, and they created this thing to control the population. That's what it is, man. I mean,
and real quick, we're gonna do a show because one of the things I say we always got to do a show on. We got to do a show on the Council of Nicaea, right? We got to do a show on the Rome in general, Constantine, and that council, because I think a lot of where mainstream religion comes today, it came from Constantine and that whole Council of Nicaea, that type of thing. But real quick, I got to get my brother Piero in the building.
But why the Bible ain't just the Bible? Why the book got to keep changing and changing and changing? Why the book just ain't the book?
It's just words on a paper.
Nah, man, cut it out.
Piero, man, welcome to the show, my brother. Give me your opening statements, my brother.
What up, Dub? What's going on, everybody? Quick opening statement. How dare you correct Marky Dan when you can't pronounce Bakram or see, I can't even do it anyways. But how dare you? Go ahead.
Hey, you can't even do it and you talking shit. Get the fuck out of here.
You can't pronounce Murtazaliev, and he can't.
I can't pronounce none of it. I can't pronounce none of it. So shit, I'm out of order too. Then I guess. All right, here we go. We're gonna finish it. We're gonna finish the video. My brother Rick in the building. But we will be doing a show next week. Y'all pull up. Man, I got to figure out how I'm going to do this because, man, this is some of the best conversation I can have right here. And so I might have to start switching things up to make sure we cover a little more in a more timely fashion.
It
as
really
far as
doesn't help y'all's case that they had to change this motherfucker over and 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 over, man. That shit be killing y'all. Got y'all arguing with each other, looking crazy, man.
Dub, just think of Saint Haney and it'll come.
So you have to give them the benefit of the doubt, is what I'm saying. I think they deserve the benefit of the doubt for things that seem a little, cheesy or badly planned in terms of the release of things, because they're having to operate outside of the mainstream circuit of kind of academic information sharing and peer review. There's been so much kind of uproar and mainstream media dismissal from this already that it's very difficult, even at this point, that's so early in the game, for them to get confirmatory collaboration and peer review, because a lot of scientists aren't even going to want to touch it, right? Because it's like, oh God, see the way that got flamed in the media? I mean, that's a ridiculous claim. I'm not working with them. So again, it censors itself, like the system censors itself and kind of insulates itself from potential damage by creating these huge media flurries like the one that's occurred over the pyramids. It is sensational. Of course, it is sensational. I understand that. But just because it's sensational in terms of the implications and the claims of what's being discovered doesn't mean it's not true. And I think we need to just pay attention to what the team's doing. I think we all need to be watching that 4-hour presentation. If you can bear to read subtitles for 4 hours, like I said, the Italian version is already out, their native language, and then there's going to be an English dub released. But this is something that you should pay attention to. You shouldn't just actively dismiss it. I've been disappointed with some of the, fellow researchers in the fields that have been very dismissive of this very quickly and tried to call me out and say that I'm, being foolish and nonsensical. I'm sorry, but I'm a reporter who reports on very interesting information when it comes my way. And I felt that at the very least, based on what I'd seen at the initial beginning of this, I'd seen the conference that happened. I've seen the images from the paper. I've seen the team talking about it. I know that this is actually something that's happening. It's worth highlighting. It's worth going, hey, my audience, would you like to hear about this thing that I've heard about? And, did I expect it to end up being played on Joe Rogan? Definitely not. Very happy about that. That's really cool. I was literally rock climbing at the time and got a notification saying, dude, you're on Joe Rogan. And checked the video and was just like, oh my God, Chris Williamson and Joe Rogan are talking about this video, which is kind of interesting. I think we should just be open-minded. I think we should pay attention. Yes, I was very excited in that first video, but, I'm an excitable person. But I'm telling you right now that there's something to this. I think that there's definitely something to this. The way in which they've presented it is not the best. I'm going to just be honest with you. Yeah, you could have done it better in terms of the way that you've released this information. But I do understand you're working in a niche, fringe, small, relatively kind of low audience engagement network of people, and you were not able to kind of get the reach that you probably needed and deserved for this to be taken more seriously by the wider academic and mainstream community. I'd also like to say that I'm pretty confident, based on what some of these people are saying online, that Zahi Hawass has dismissed previous subterranean passageways and caves and entrances in the Giza Plateau, which have then been found. And then he's explored them later, like a couple years later, he's gone down there and had a little photo. When he said,
Hey, Dove, you're on mute. Let me say this real quick.
Go ahead, I'm always on mute.
Hang on, this shit just hit my mind when I was thinking about something else. Shawal out of pocket. I said Herodotus lived 400 something BC. How the fuck did he write about Jesus? What the hell are you even talking about, man? You out of pocket, man. Go ahead.
Amazing. I was just gonna say real quick. Shit, I forgot what the fuck I was gonna say. Let's keep this. Go ahead. Anybody?
I've seen that one guy who he just showed or pointed out that Egyptian that guy.
Oh, that's exactly what I was gonna say. So the individual that he's speaking on, that's the individual who's blocking all this stuff. He's the one who's stopping individual from going in, and even
he's like one of the main culprits, right?
Yeah. He's one of the main culprits that they're stopping individuals from uncovering a lot of the information that's being found at this current moment in time. I can't even say shout out to the brother. I can't even say shout out. So it is what it is.
I've been seeing that guy, man, since I was like fucking elementary school, man. That's crazy.
And he's still out there stealing damn money. He's still stealing money. Respect.
Still stealing money. Wow.
This is absolutely nonsense. He said that a few times and it's turned out to not be nonsense. Now, Granted, this is a much bigger claim. It's very exciting though, and it does tie in to a lot of historical, theological references, mystery school references, and just the general kind of implication of a pre-flood, pre-cataclysm civilization, which I think was very true. Also, in reference to that, I don't know if you've noticed that my talk with Alex Jones is no longer on YouTube. That did not survive 24 hours. It was shut down and deleted by YouTube for violating terms and conditions, even though there were no inappropriate moments. It was all within the guidelines. It was all about history and the pre-flood civilizations and the implications of the Giza complex studies, you know, all of that. But apparently it was not suitable for your eyes and your ears on YouTube. So I apologize for that. I think it was really interesting. We had a great conversation. I feel like I presented good information. But yeah, like YouTube teams, like the YouTube community support thing, whatever they are, their official account actually commented on my ex posts, my posts saying about the, you know, this has been banned on YouTube.
Hey, Rick, I need you to pull up real quick, Rick. I got a question for you. I need you to pull up, Rick.
Hey, Steph, I dropped that link in the regular chat for you too.
Respectfully, Rick, I need you to pull up. I got a question for you after we finish this video. Here we go.
YouTube's not allowing it, and they were like, "Oh, you can appeal. Just appeal." Like, and then they commented again, like, "Have you seen our?"
And if anybody know anything about YouTube, damn it, if they tell you can appeal, they're gonna deny your appeal regardless. I keep telling y'all.
Yeah, YouTube is a dictatorship.
They told me I was promoting child harm, interviewing amateur boxers. I'm promoting child harm. So YouTube and when I appealed it, they said you out of order. I'm like, what? Well, God, okay, all right.
Dub. Hey, Dub.
Go ahead.
It's not necessarily true. I got a couple of appeals overturned, but Mark helped me out with that.
Hey, Mark. Hey, shout out to Mark Nash, man. Shout out to Mark.
Yeah, because they strike every one of my videos, but you know, I don't know how to avoid them. So, anyways,
they some hoes.
Here we go.
Comment, just appeal, please. So I was like, all right, I'll appeal. I appealed for it, and they rejected it within like an hour. So I was like,
that's a fact. Mark know how to say it better than I do. They rejected my appeal. Probably it wasn't an hour, but probably within about 7-8 hours, something like that.
It's like they've rejected my appeal. So yeah, like, you know, maybe sort out the internal politics over in YouTube, because you guys seem to be disagreeing with each other on what's suitable and what's not suitable. That's just the way it is these days on this platform. Unfortunately, you balance a very fine tightrope when it comes to discussing essentially anything that's interesting and important. Anyway, I would advise you to check out their YouTube channel where it's being put through. Again, just, you know, try and not be too dismissive of the aesthetic of the entire situation. That could be improved and tightened, there's no doubt. But let's see where they go with this. I think we should support it. I think we should encourage it. I think we should talk about it. You know, who are the ones who have the breakthroughs in science? Who are the ones that do the incredible work and break out of the mold? Is it the academic masses? Is it? Is it the armchair skeptics? Is it the people who all have the same idea about the same model that someone else came up with, not them, and they've all just agreed to it? Is it those people that break out? No. It's the Teslas, it's the Einsteins, it's the people who defy the status quo of their time and go, actually, I have a different idea, and I think it's this way. And everyone laughs, right? Everyone always laughs at those people. What are you talking about? We have this established. We have this completely ironed out. This is the model. Behold the model in its awe and beauty. And then it collapses under the weight of information, evidence, data. This isn't just something that's relegated.
All right, I think we're good on the video now. I think we're good. Any reaction to the video so far?
I agree with him, especially on that last part. There is definitely an establishment out there, and they like the status quo. They like the way how people view this certain topic, and it's very self-evident that if you try to silence somebody, I mean, obviously they have something worth listening to. So I agree with him. I'm just gonna keep listening out to what happens with those pyramids.
I wholeheartedly disagree with the last part, but that's just me.
Well, hold on, hold on. What do you? Hold on, hold on. What do you disagree?
You're not gonna keep listening out for the pyramids?
Hold on.
No,
When you say you wholeheartedly disagree, what do you disagree with?
About the people getting laughed at, like the ones that they got laughed at by ignorant people, but the people he was referring to were like literally he's talking to the people he's talking about were literally the status quo. They questioned like their mentors or their teachers, or even like back in the day the church's view of, say, a flat earth or gravity and stuff like that. Like Einstein, he got laughed at, but he got laughed at by his colleagues, because it was just they were so indoctrinated. But at the end of the day, like literally like they were established intellectuals. They weren't like nowadays where you got a lot of people that think they know what they're talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Amazing.
I like the part where he encouraged us to keep these guys accountable, the whole situation. So I think I will, when I'm thinking about this stuff, amongst what's under the pyramids. I'm we've been talking about it for 4 hours and 5 minutes now, so I'm easily intrigued by it.
I wasn't even able to get into where exactly I wanted to go with this show. I ain't even get into it.
No, it's been a good show, man. It's been a nice show. It's been a great show.
Hey, real quick, we got my brother, man. We got my brother in the building, straight from the sunny side, man. If y'all don't know about the sunny side of Houston, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if you got to check in Houston or anything like that, but damn it, if I ever go to Houston, if I got to check in, I'm checking in with Rick Timms, man. I'm telling the truth. Rick, man, go ahead. Give me your opening statements, my brother.
Oh man, I'm in the bed, dog. That's why I got the camera off. You talking about pull up?
I said you got to pull up. You speaking some good stuff.
Shit, man, I can't be having my camera on laying down and shit with a bunch of men. So that's I keep my camera on, but I'm laying down. But what was up, man?
I gotta ask you, and I seen you in the chat. You breaking down a few different things as far as belief. In your opinion, from I don't know how long you've been listening, but in your opinion, Rick, I know, and you, I don't even you put Jesus when you say Jesus, you put a G on it, EEZ. And then, I said, damn, Rick Wildin'. Hey, Rick out of order.
Hey, Rick's a truth seeker. He's a truth seeker, man.
No, Rick, my brother. All I'm asking, Rick, man, from what you done heard us talking about so far, man, I know you always have something interesting to add to the conversation. So what's your thoughts on everything we done said so far tonight?
Man, at the end of the day, man, it's how could I put this? It's like the whole fucking world been lied to, man, for hundreds of years, man. It's like one big scam, and we don't know any better. It's like we can have these debates and we can have all this dialogue and all these discussions, and a lot of this video that you're sharing tonight does have a lot of validity to it. However, it's like this whole concept when it comes to Christianity, when it comes to Islam, I don't care if you Hebrew Israelite, I don't care if you Jehovah's Witness, Buddhist, dog, it's all intertwined together as one big scam. At the end of the day, it's all about brainwashing, man. You have this group trying to pull the masses one way, that group trying to pull the masses another way, when it's all one big game. I mean, when I mention that belief stuff, dog, when you like, oh man, what you believe in, or that's what you believe in, and I have different beliefs, man. Fuck beliefs. That's our problem as black folk, and I'm only addressing black people because that's my main concern. Beliefs are things you accept without proof. Dog, you can believe anything you want, but that doesn't make it true. unless you have facts, stats, proof, evidence backing your claims, it's just that, claims. We're in the knowing age now, y'all. It's the age of Aquarius. The age of Pisces ended, and the Jesus, the Pisces, the fish, that's the sign of Jesus. Well, that time frame ended. Every age come 2,000 years apart. It's all intertwined. This constellation, the 12 zodiacs. You got 12 zodiac constellations. You get 24,000 year cycles that this shit operate on. So the age of Aquarius is the knowing age. That's what we're in now. When y'all talk about the Old Testament, the bull, that was what? Who was the bull? What zodiac sign is that bull? The Taurus. That was the time of the Taurus time. It's so complicated. And
hey, you breaking up, but you cooking like a motherfucker.
Hold on, Rick. Your mic out of order. Your mic out of order.
What up, Rick?
I'm in a bad spot, dog. I'm in a bad spot.
We can hear you now. We can hear you.
You got to get to a good spot because you was cooking.
I thought you were in bed, G. What the fuck?
Yeah, I am in bed, but this is a bad spot in my house.
Gotcha.
Other than that, dog, but you know, just to sum it up, man, you know, again, you can believe whatever you want to believe. I don't try to change people's thought pattern. I just try to get us to think, because what religion does, it negates us from thinking. It just wants us to blindly believe by faith alone. Damn proof, damn evidence, damn investigation, just blindly believe. And that's what have us caught up, and that's gonna keep us in these type of conversations, and everybody gonna say, no, I go with A, no, you go with B. African spirituality teaches us how to think. Religion teaches us what to think. And that's all I got, man.
And I ain't gonna lie to you, Rick.
That man was cooking, boy.
Real quick, Rick. I gotta say, one of the reasons we gotta have these, and why I love these shows, you know what I'm saying, is because it ain't necessarily about changing anybody's thought process or anything like that, but it's about going into the information and bringing out what's currently going on, reality. You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at it. And even I hear what you're saying. You may, once again, I'm not here to change nobody's thought process or anything like it, but I want to put evidence in front of you to say that, okay, this is what's been found. Historically or
archaeological, and that's incorrect, right side. They never found anything about a Noah's Ark. I remember I heard you say that a few days ago. You talking about they found pieces of wood or parts of the boat up there on Mount Ararat or whatever.
I would have called that.
Listen.
We can pull it up. We can pull it up.
But right here, right side, check this out.
I'll pull it up.
Repeat this. Just think logically, because that's what religion does. It teaches us to ignore logic. If the whole fucking world was underwater, just think about it. Just think about how much water it would take to cover the whole fucking globe.
I'm not saying the whole. I'm not saying that.
Well, that's what the Bible says.
I'm not going.
It say the whole world, 40 days, 40 nights. The whole world was flooded.
But that ain't what I'm speaking on.
Well, that's what I am speaking on. And there's never been any parts of no Noah's boat. There's never been any grave site found from any person mentioned in the Bible, man. It would show me the bones, show me the hair, show me some teeth, show me a toenail, anything of anybody mentioned in the Bible. You can't. But you can go find and dig up our African Kemetic ancestors who predates that Bible by 4,100 years. You can go see their bodies. You can go see their bones. You can see their hair. But you can't show me one person from the Bible.
Facts.
Not one.
Very good points. Very good points.
No, that's a good point.
Hey, real quick, Rick, real quick. I'll show you this right here, and this what I always take. I ain't just I'm just going off of what they say. I'm going off of what they say. So I'm gonna pull the article up right now. And so when you're saying that I'm out of order,
you talking about the Ark?
It said, look,
excuse me.
I thought in Turkey.
I'm just going off of what they say, Rick.
Turkey.
Read what they say right there. Yeah, I know. I got a slow tongue. Archaeology. There we go.
Archaeologists.
Thank you. Yeah. Claim to have found true location.
Claim. That's the word. Look at the key word. Claim.
Claim. Yeah, for real.
Amazing.
See right side when you look up these. Listen. Like when you look up any of these Bible people, Bible events, as I would say, according to the Hebrew Bible or according to XYZ, they can't be specifically and say it. It has to say according to. Well, shit, you can say according to the current wave of fans, LeBron James is the GOAT. But according to folks from the 80s and 90s, it's all about who you ask.
Astonishing.
But where's the proof? Show me a piece of the boat. I bet you can't.
We'll see what we can find.
You shouldn't have
read that.
There's no
read
way
that.
that shit was made out of wood. That shit would not last no 10,000 years anyway. Like, get out of here. That shit, you can't go find no piece of art. That's crazy.
And you got to teach me how to do that, Rick. You know, I get called a liar when I speak facts, but it's all good. That's a half joke, but you know, I do get called a liar. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, I feel you, man.
Hey, man, look, I gotta take so real quick. I got one last question for everybody.
You was cooking on the equinoxes though.
Real quick, I got one and I got one last question. And Rick, you done gave me a little inspiration for the next show. I ain't gonna lie to you. But I got one last question for everybody before we shut this thing down because we 4 hours in. It's about to be 4 o'clock.
What a great show, Dub.
We love to have these shows. We love
great show. It ended. It's ending awesome. I ain't gonna lie.
But I gotta ask the last question. Are aliens real?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
You fucking kidding me? Do you know how big this galaxy is?
Hold on.
Absolutely.
So we got one question. 2. Go ahead.
I'm a descendant of
the better
aliens.
question is: are aliens present on Earth?
We're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that.
Yes,
man. I would even add that we have extraterrestrial in our DNA as African people.
Facts.
Literally.
Yep. I believe
We're just unable to unlock the full potential of our gene code. It's there. It's just unattainable. I mean, we mentally can't gain access to it because we just have lost that type of ability. But it's clearly there. It's just like on your speedometer. Your car might say 150 on the dashboard, but it only can get up to maybe 120. But it can go up to 150 with the proper components. And that's the same thing with us. We just don't know it.
Duh, I'm a direct descendant of aliens, so yeah, they exist.
Well, you out of order. No,
I'm not. I can show you proof, literal proof.
Think about it, y'all. My right side, you mentioned how they measured the diameter of this globe. And they measured it to the degree of less than a yard off of an error. I mean, a yard is 36 inches, people. And we talking about ancient African people that measured that diameter of the world, the whole globe, and with an error of less than 1 yard, like 20-something thousand miles. man, dog,
They were special
it's
people. They were
something.
special.
Exactly, it's something supernatural about us that we just can't comprehend, man. And these the 1% of the goddamn globe have oppressed the other 99%, and that invention of gunpowder has a very big say in that, you know.
Divide and conquer.
It's the Chinese.
Well, hey, I'm gonna leave it at this. I'm gonna leave it at this for the night, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's been a great show. It's been a great show. We got more that we're gonna come with. I'm thinking, I ain't gonna lie to you. I think, man, we might have to start doing these
we
shows
gotta
2
do this
times
again.
a week, man. Well, we do it every Tuesday. You know what I'm saying? I might start doing it Tuesdays and Saturdays moving forward because, man, it's always a great time having these conversations, whether we agree or not. Whatever it is, you know what I'm saying? Just having the conversation and opening individuals' minds to different thought processes, in my personal opinion, I think that's special. And so, man, we got to pass it around. I want everybody to give me your last words. We'll do things in the right order. Steph, give me your last word. Give me your last words, my brother.
Hey, appreciate you, man. I really do. This was
Man, it's much love and respect. Much love and respect.
definitely not offended at all tonight. I'm having fun, man. This is great. Shout out to you all, and you guys get some rest. And we'll be back soon enough. And yes, I would like to do one of these shows again, specifically one.
Hey, we working on it. Hopefully, we'll start. I think I'm gonna start trying to do them, depending on the fights. We'll
Shout out
try to
to the
start
chat,
doing
too.
them Tuesdays and Saturdays as well. If not Tuesdays and Saturdays, it might be Tuesday and Sundays. But
I like
Steph,
Tuesdays. But yeah, y'all be cool, man. I'll see y'all later, man.
Hey, much
Thanks,
love
man.
and respect,
Take it
my
easy,
brother.
brother.
Much love and respect.
For sure.
Piro, man, give me your last words, my brother.
Like I always, thank you for having me, Dub. Only thing I wanted to push back a little bit on Rick because I thought he was cooking was that I believe the humans ever like what's the word I want to use, ever the desire for them to believe in something that for whatever it may be is like more dangerous than any gunpowder or any weapon that man has ever created, in my humble opinion. But yeah, you were cooking, Rick. But Dub, yeah, thank you for having me, and peace out, Cash, Marky. Everybody.
All right, Brody.
Salute to my brother, man. Salute to my brother, man.
Yeah,
Hey,
salute.
Rick, give me your last words, my brother. And I appreciate you pulling
Hey.
up. You was cooking.
Hey man, dog, just the extreme love I have for my people is extremely unapologetic, and it's
a good thing.
It
It's
comes,
a good thing.
yeah, man. But you know, the way Western society have sissified the masses to, to be offended and upset just about any little thing that they don't agree with or don't know is kind of draining. But that's the key thing about learning. When people only reciting things that you only know of, already heard, you're not learning anything. You only learn something when you hear something that you don't know and that you can go verify and look up yourself. And that's what we've been conditioned to not do. We've been conditioned to blindly believe by faith alone and just walk by faith and not by sight. And that's ass backwards. That's no different than loving your enemy. I mean, the concepts that they have instilled in us is gonna keep us stuck on stupid and keep us docile and submissive and just under their grasp until you erase your European mind and restore your African memory bank. You're going to keep spinning your wheels. And that's the whole point of all this religious jargon. I don't care if it's Christianity, Islam, like I said, Buddhism. all of it is all to keep your mind intact, to keep you in their programming. Once you remove that programming, dog, this matrix just explodes and you see so much things far more clearly than ever before that you could ever imagine. But that's another topic, another day. Thank you for having me, dog.
Hey, man, you know you my brother, man. You know what it is. Shout out to the sunny side, man. Hey, Marky Dan, man, you in the building. Shout out to Marky. Marky, you done been in order tonight to some degree. You normally out of order, but you done been in order tonight, man. Give me your last words, Marky.
Thank you very much, Dub. Right side. No, salute to everybody that came through. Was a great show. We had a great politics show earlier. Great discussion and conspiracy show. You know, and I respect everybody's belief. I respect everybody's knowledge and what they bring to a discussion. I consider myself to be more of like you could say a Christian agnostic. I don't know if a God exists. I don't know if most of these things that happened in the past are true, but I respect and I try to follow the teachings that were set out to me by Jesus Christ in the New Testaments, and I just try to be good to really anybody that I come in contact with. Now, I love conspiracy theories. I love talking about aliens. I love talking about past civilizations, like, because I like talking about the fall of Atlantis, that type of stuff. So I can't wait. You know, you end off with that question. It kind of pisses me off, but anyway, I can't wait till next week. Yeah, and peace.
Much love and respect to my brother, man. Much love and respect. Cash. Hey, man, give me your last words, Cash, man. We shutting it down tonight. I appreciate you. As always, a great show. And, man, give me your last words, Cash.
Nah, y'all was killing me with that damn hour of Bible study, but shit, I wish Rick would have came sooner, man. Because I ain't never got to chop it over Rick about this type of stuff. But like me and him might disagree on certain little things, but the big picture we definitely agree on. Because I done talked to you about that, about the equinoxes and that 25,000, that 25,920, give or take, whatever cycle. What's happening right now is, like Rick said, we coming in the age of Aquarius, and it's obviously about to be a paradigm shift. You know what I mean? There's a paradigm shift going on because there's a lot of new discoveries coming out that's really tearing up this history that they been getting everybody to follow. If I offend anybody about, like, I don't never mean to offend. Shit that I say just comes out unfiltered. You know what I mean? But it's all meant from a good place. Because I just want to get the truth out there. That's all I care about, is the truth. I've never had no damn religion stuck on me or forced upon me. So I definitely see things different than most people, you know what I mean? But shit, hopefully, I know everybody ain't going to want to see it, and a lot of motherfuckers will refuse to see it, no matter how much evidence you put before their eyes. But shit, what a time to be alive, man. I'll just leave it at that.
Hey, man, Cash, you know what it is, man. Much love and respect. I appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? You always give me inspiration to keep this type of show going. You know what I'm saying? With the conversations, the videos, everything that you do, man. You know, I got a lot of love for you. So I really appreciate it, my brother. I really appreciate you.
All right, bro. Get to take care of your son since he's sick, bro.
Man, hey,
my kids got the same shit. Whenever they get sick, bro, they got their damn. I got to give them a nebulizer treatments and all this other. I'm like, God damn, I ain't what is going on? Problems. Y'all got this shit from your mama, man.
Shit. Hey, that's why you be feeling. I be feeling. Hey, look, and then, I swear. So it's coming up for spring break, right? So for spring break, he always go kick it with his mama. You know what I'm saying? He go kick it with his mama for spring break. Man, I'm sitting here like, man, I don't even know if I want to see your sick ass. Man, I don't even know if I can sing you to your damn mama house with you being like this. God damn, man.
Every time my boys get sick, I tell you know you got this shit from your mama, man. I get sick once a year, maybe.
Man, I don't never get sick. I never get sick, bro. Like I never get sick.
All right, bro, man. It's always fun chopping it up, man.
Hey, man, much
Salute
love.
to everybody.
man.
Salute to everybody that was on here, man. Especially you, Doug.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Keep pushing. All right, bet.
Man, we had a great show tonight, man. We had a great show. Once again, man, we had the big names, man. I always tell y'all. But outside of that, I think I ain't gonna say we came to a consensus. I'm not gonna say that. But at the same time, we got a good understanding. We got a good understanding. And we're gonna keep having this conversation. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna keep it up and keep chopping it up like this, man. I love the conversation, and hey, it's a passion of mine. Like boxing is a passion of mine, basketball is a passion of mine. These type of conversations are a passion of mine. So we're gonna keep having these conversations. But man, much love and respect to everybody who was in the chat, everybody who pulled up on the panel. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, I couldn't ask for a better show. I couldn't ask for it. So, man, it is what it is. I ain't calling everybody out, you know what I'm saying, tonight. But y'all know who y'all are. Much love and respect. And we're going to do this again. I know. Zoom, I seen it. Man, it's out of order, man. It's out of order. My brother, man, Dame Lillard is out for the season, man. I ain't gonna lie. Dame don't hurt me. Dame don't hurt me nearly as much as Juju hurt me. Juju hurt me more than Dame do. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of both of them. But damn it, I was rooting for Juju. Shout out to AZ Fudd as well, man. I hope AZ show out. Shout out to Olivia Miles. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm riding with UConn and Notre Dame. South Carolina probably end up winning this motherfucker, but I'm riding with UConn and Notre Dame, damn it. I'm just telling the truth. But much love and respect. I appreciate all of y'all for showing love, and we're gonna do it again. But hey, always remember, man, we all over here. You rocking on the right side. Salute, family. Much love and respect.
And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
And we shall overcome.
Impromptu celebrations erupted outside the White House.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence.